I've spent most of my life in the Pacific Northwest, so I'm no stranger to the way the woods can play tricks on your mind. When you spend enough time under a canopy so thick it swallows the sun by 4 in the afternoon, you get used to the strange groans of cedar trees and the way the wind can mimic a human whistle if it hits a hollow stump just right. You learn to trust your eyes, but more importantly, you learn to trust the weight of the air. There's a specific kind of stillness that settles over the forest when something isn't right, a heavy, pressurized silence that makes the hair on your arms stand up before your brain even knows why. I was 24 at the time, working a seasonal gig for the forestry department. It wasn't anything glamorous, mostly trail maintenance and checking the structural integrity of the old access bridges that crisscross the deeper parts of the Baker-Snoqualmie National Forest. That summer had been brutal, dry, hot, and thick with a haze of wildfire smoke that drifted down from Canada. By late August, I was exhausted and looking back, probably a little reckless. I was pushing myself to finish a survey of the Devil's Elbow Trail, a jagged, isolated loop that hadn't seen a chainsaw crew in nearly 3 years. I was alone, which was my first mistake. My partner, a guy named Miller, had called out with a stomach bug, and instead of pushing the job to the next week, I decided to hike out solo. I had my radio, my bear spray, and a heavy-duty ruck. I figured I'd be back at the trailhead by sunset, but the heat slowed me down and the overgrown brush turned a 4-hour hike into a 6-hour slog. By the time I reached the old creek bridge, the shadows were long, stretching across the forest floor like thin, black fingers. The bridge itself was a relic from the 30s, a heavy timber frame structure built over a dry, rocky gorge. It was about 60 feet long, sturdy enough for a truck, though the road it once served had long since been reclaimed by the ferns and hemlocks. There was no roof on the bridge, no upper deck, just the massive, weathered wooden beams and the plank walkway. I stopped at the edge of the bridge to grab my water bottle. That was when the first anomaly hit. It wasn't a sound, but a shift in the atmosphere. The birds, which had been screaming in the brush all afternoon, suddenly went dead silent. It was that pressurized air I mentioned earlier, the feeling of being watched by something you can't see. I took a sip of water, my eyes scanning the tree line, expecting to see a cougar or maybe a black bear. Then I heard it. Thump, thump, thump. It was the unmistakable sound of heavy boots walking on wood. But the sound wasn't coming from the trail behind me, and it wasn't coming from the bridge deck where I stood. It was coming from directly above my head. My heart did a slow, painful roll in my chest. I looked up. There was nothing but the open, hazy sky and the tops of the Douglas firs. There were no crossbeams high enough to support a person, no overhanging branches close enough to walk on. It was just empty air. Yet as I stood there, frozen, the footsteps continued. They were rhythmic, deliberate, and heavy, the sound of someone walking across a solid wooden floor with purpose. Thump, thump, thump. They moved from the left side of the bridge to the right, passing directly over me. I could hear the grit of sand under the soles. I could hear the slight creak of the timber as it took the weight of a grown man, but there was nothing there. I was standing on a bridge to nowhere, listening to a ghost walk across a ceiling that didn't exist. I didn't run, not yet. My brain did what every human brain does when faced with the impossible. It tried to lie to me. I told myself it was an echo. Maybe there was another hiker on a ridge I couldn't see, and the acoustics of the gorge were bouncing the sound in a weird way. Or maybe it was a large branch rubbing against a trunk, though there wasn't a breath of wind to move it. I stepped onto the bridge deck, my own boots making a hollow clack on the weathered planks. I walked about 10 feet in, my breath coming in shallow, jagged hitches. I stopped. The footsteps above me stopped at the exact same time. I waited, my hand hovering over the grip of my bear spray. The silence of the woods felt like it was pressing against my eardrums. I took another step. Thump. A second after my foot hit the wood, the sound above me mimicked it. It wasn't an echo, the timing was off. It was a response. Whatever was up there was following my pace, mocking me from a plane of existence I couldn't see. I looked up again, squinting against the late afternoon glare. I saw a dragonfly zip through the space where the footsteps were coming from. It flew straight through the floor of the invisible walker, unbothered. That small detail, the sight of a tiny insect passing through the very space that should have been solid wood, shattered my ability to rationalize. The air suddenly turned ice cold. It was a localized chill, the kind that makes your breath hitch in your throat. And then the footsteps changed. They were no longer mimicking me. They began to run. The sound was violent now, a frantic, heavy sprinting sound that circled me on the bridge, thump, 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 thump. The bridge deck beneath my feet actually vibrated, as if a massive weight was slamming down on the beams just inches above my head. I could hear the walker breathing. It wasn't human breathing. It was a wet, heavy rasp, like someone trying to inhale through a throat full of gravel. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice sounded thin and pathetic in the vastness of the woods. The sprinting stopped instantly. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. I was standing in the middle of the bridge, 30 feet of open wood on either side of me, completely exposed. Then came the detail that broke me. From the empty air, about 7 feet above the bridge deck, something began to fall. It wasn't a ghost or a spirit, it was physical. A handful of dry, red dirt and a few small pebbles hit the planks right in front of my boots. They didn't fall from a tree. They didn't blow in from the wind. They simply appeared in midair and dropped, as if they had been kicked off the heel of a boot that was resting on an invisible ledge. I stared at the dirt. It was real. I could see the dust motes dancing in the light. That was the moment I realized I wasn't dealing with a person, and I wasn't just hearing things. I was being hunted by something that occupied the same space as me but wasn't bound by the same laws of physics. My survival instinct, that primal lizard brain, finally took the wheel. I didn't turn around, I didn't look back, I bolted. I ran toward the far side of the bridge, my pack bouncing painfully against my spine. As soon as my feet hit the dirt of the trail on the other side, the footsteps above me intensified. They weren't just running now, they were leaping. I heard a massive boom on the bridge timbers behind me, like something heavy had jumped from a great height. I didn't stop. I tore down the trail, branches whipping across my face, lungs burning in the smoky air. The walker was off the bridge now, but it wasn't on the ground. It was still above me. I could hear it crashing through the canopy of the trees, moving from branch to branch with a weight that should have snapped the limbs like toothpicks. But the trees didn't bend. The leaves didn't rustle. There was only the sound, the terrifying, rhythmic thud-thud-thud of something heavy keeping pace with me from 15 feet up. I reached a clearing where the trail steepened, and for a second I thought I had lost it. I stopped to gasp for air, clutching a cedar trunk for support. I looked back toward the bridge. The sun was dipping below the horizon now, casting the forest into a deep, bruised purple. I saw the bridge in the distance, a dark skeleton against the gray rocks of the gorge, and then I saw it. The air above the bridge began to shimmer. It was like the heat haze off a highway, a distortion that blurred the trees behind it. The shimmer was shaped like a walkway, a long, straight platform that stretched out from the bridge and vanished into the tree line, and standing on that shimmer was a silhouette. It wasn't a man, it was too tall, its limbs too long and spindly, like a giant insect mimicking a human posture. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, matte black surface where a head should be. It was looking down at me. Even without eyes, I could feel its gaze. It was a look of pure clinical hunger. It took one step forward on its invisible path. Thump. I didn't wait for the next one. I turned and ran harder than I've ever run in my life. I didn't care about my knees or my equipment. I just needed to be out of the dark. I reached my truck 20 minutes later, fumbling with the keys so badly I dropped them twice in the dirt. As I scrambled into the cab and slammed the lock, I heard one final sound. Thump. It came from the roof of my truck. The metal groaned under a sudden, massive weight. The entire vehicle rocked on its suspension. I didn't look up. I didn't check the rear view. I threw the truck into gear and floored it, the tires screaming as they gripped the gravel. I drove 30 miles over the speed limit all the way back to the ranger station, my heart hammering a rhythm that matched those footsteps. When I burst into the station, dripping with sweat and white as a sheet, the head ranger, a veteran named Elias, didn't even look up from his paperwork. "You were out at Old Creek Bridge, weren't you?" he asked, his voice flat. Something followed me," I gasped, leaning against the counter. "Above the bridge, I heard it. I don't know what I saw." Elias finally looked up. There was no surprise in his eyes, only a weary kind of pity. "We don't send crews out there after 4 p.m. for a reason, kid. That bridge was built over a fault line, not a geological one, but something else. The old-timers called it a bleed. Things from over there sometimes walk over here. They like the height, makes them feel like they're still on the upper trails." "You knew," I yelled, the terror turning into a sharp, hot anger. "You knew there was something out there, and you let me go alone." "I didn't think you'd stay late," Elias said, returning to his papers. "Most people get a bad feeling and leave long before the sun goes down. You're lucky. Usually when they start dropping dirt, they're getting ready to jump down." I quit the forestry department the next morning. I didn't even go back for my gear. It's been 5 years since that day. I moved to the city, far away from the deep woods and the heavy silence of the mountains, but I'm still not over it. I don't like open concept buildings with mezzanine levels. I can't stand the sound of people walking on the floor above me in an apartment complex. Because sometimes, late at night, when the city gets quiet and the air feels just a little too still, I'll be sitting in my living room on the top floor of my building. I'll be staring at the ceiling, knowing for a fact that there is nothing above me but the roof and the open sky. And then I'll hear it. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy boots walking with purpose. And then the sound of a wet, gravelly breath. Whatever I encountered on that bridge didn't just let me go, it followed me home, and I think it's still waiting for the right moment to jump. If you're ever hiking in the deep woods and you come across a bridge that feels a little too quiet, if the air gets heavy and you hear a sound that doesn't match the ground you're standing on, don't look up. Don't try to rationalize it. Just turn around and run. Because some paths weren't meant for us, and the things that walk them don't like to be watched. The silence of my apartment is never truly silent. In the city, there is a constant low-frequency hum, the collective vibration of millions of lives, the distant roar of the interstate, the rhythmic clanging of a radiator. I used to find it irritating. Now I crave it. I keep 3 fans running in my bedroom and a white noise machine cranked to its maximum setting, all to drown out the one sound I can't escape, because the thumps have changed. They aren't just rhythmic anymore, they are expectant. For the first few months after I quit the forestry service, I convinced myself it was post-traumatic stress. I saw a therapist in downtown Seattle, a woman with kind eyes and a collection of succulents that seemed to thrive in the filtered gray light of her office. I told her about the bridge, about the heat haze silhouette, and the way the truck had groaned under an invisible weight. She nodded, scribbled in a leather-bound notebook, and talked to me about sensory displacement and acute stress-induced hallucinations. She told me my brain, dehydrated and exhausted by the smoky heat of the Baker Snoqualmie, had projected a physical manifestation of my isolation. I wanted to believe her. I really did. I took the pills she prescribed, the ones that were supposed to dull the edges of my anxiety and keep my heart from racing at the sound of a neighbor's footsteps in the hallway, and for a while it worked. The world felt muffled, wrapped in cotton batting. I got a job in a sterile architectural firm drawing schematics for HVAC systems, logical, grounded mathematical work. No woods, no bridges, no shadows. Then came the night the bleed followed me into the light. It was a Tuesday in November, one of those miserable Pacific Northwest nights where the rain isn't falling so much as it is suspended in the air, a cold, suffocating mist. I had stayed late at the office to finish a set of blueprints. The building was a modern glass and steel monstrosity, all hard angles and open atriums. I was on the 4th floor, tucked into a cubicle near the floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over the city. The office was empty. The cleaning crew had already passed through, leaving the scent of lemon ammonia lingering in the air. I was clicking through a spreadsheet when the hum of the building shifted. It was that feeling again, the pressurized air. The hair on my forearms stood up, pulling at the sleeves of my sweater. My inner ear popped, the way it does when you're changing altitude too fast. I froze, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. Thump. It was heavy, it was metallic, and it came from the ceiling tiles directly above my desk. No, I whispered, the word catching in a throat that had suddenly gone bone dry. It's the ventilation, it's the thermal expansion of the ducts. Thump, thump, thump. The sound moved with a sickeningly familiar gait. It wasn't the scurrying of a rat or the mechanical clunk of a heater. It was the deliberate, weighted stride of something with 2 legs and a massive displacement of mass. It walked from the edge of my cubicle toward the window. I looked up, my vision blurring with tears of pure instinctive terror. The ceiling was made of standard acoustic tiles set in a thin metal grid. There was no crawl space up there, just a 6-inch gap filled with wires and insulation before the concrete slab of the floor above. But as the footsteps moved, I saw the metal grid flex. I saw the white tiles bow downward, one by one, as if a lead weight was being pressed into them from an invisible dimension. Then the sound of the breathing started. It was louder than it had been in the woods. The gravelly, wet inhale seemed to vibrate the very air around my head. It sounded like a man drowning in his own lungs, a ragged, desperate rasp that set my teeth on edge. I didn't run this time. I couldn't. My legs felt like they had been turned to stone. I watched paralyzed as a single drop of liquid hit the corner of my mahogany desk. It wasn't water. It was thick, translucent, and smelled faintly of ozone and old, stagnant pond water. It had fallen from the ceiling, but there was no hole in the tile. It had simply manifested in the air and dropped. I remembered what Elias had said. Usually, when they start dropping dirt, they're getting ready to jump down. I grabbed my bag and bolted for the elevators. I didn't wait for the doors to close. I hammered the L button until my knuckles bled. As the elevator began its smooth descent, I heard a violent crash from the office I had just vacated. It sounded like a grand piano had been dropped from 20 feet onto my desk. The glass windows of the office shattered. I heard the crystalline explosion even through the insulated elevator doors. I didn't go back for my car. I ran out into the rain and didn't stop until I reached a crowded bus stop 3 blocks away. I sat among the commuters, the wet, tired people with their umbrellas and grocery bags, and I wept. No one asked me if I was okay. In the city, people look away from broken things. That was 3 years ago. I've moved 4 times since then. Each apartment is higher than the last, a desperate, illogical attempt to get above whatever is following me. I'm currently on the 22nd floor of a high-rise. There is nothing above me but the roof, and the roof is locked, alarmed, and monitored by cameras. I checked. I bribed the building superintendent to let me see the footage. He thinks I'm a paranoid freak, but he took the $50. We sat in his cramped, cigarette-stained office and watched the grainy black and white feed of the roof from the night before. "See," he said, pointing a nicotine-yellowed finger at the monitor. "Nothing, just the AC units and some pigeons. You're hearing the wind in the elevator shafts, kid. High-rises groan like old ships." I looked at the screen. At 3:14 a.m., the timestamp on the video, I had heard the footsteps start. On the monitor, the roof was empty. The gravel didn't move. The pigeons didn't fly away. But then I saw it, a tiny, almost imperceptible glitch in the digital feed. A ripple like a stone dropped into a still pool moved across the center of the frame. It was a distortion in the air, a shimmering shape that looked like a long, spindly limb. It didn't have a shadow. It didn't trigger the motion lights. But for 1 second, the shape of a foot, a long, three-toed, distorted foot, was pressed into the air itself, leaving a faint, glowing indentation in the static of the video. The superintendent didn't see it. He was too busy lighting another Marlboro, but I saw it, and I knew. It isn't just following me, it's building something. The bleed Elias mentioned, the fault line between worlds, isn't stationary. It's a tether. When I stood on that bridge in the Baker Snoqualmie, I didn't just witness a haunting. I became a landmark. I am the anchor point for a bridge that is being constructed across a void I cannot comprehend. Every time I hear the footsteps, they are clearer. Every time I smell that ozone scent, it lingers longer. The upper trails Elias talked about are encroaching on my reality. I've started finding things in my apartment, small things, a handful of red forest dirt on my duvet, a weathered cedar splinter on my bathroom floor. Once I found a dead dragonfly on my pillow. The same kind I had seen on the bridge, its wings crushed and its body desiccated as if it had been dead for 100 years. I've stopped sleeping in the dark. I bought industrial-grade floodlights and rigged them to my ceiling, hoping that if I can eliminate the shadows, I can eliminate the bridge. It doesn't work. The footsteps don't care about light. They don't care about walls. 2 weeks ago, I received a package in the mail. There was no return address, just a postmark from a small town near the National Forest. Inside was a weathered, leather-bound journal and a hand-drawn map. A note was tucked into the first page, written in a shaky, cramped hand I recognized from the ranger station. "He's retired now," the note read. "Elias died last month. He told me to send this to the kid from the bridge if things didn't settle down. He said you'd know what it meant. He called it the second deck." I spent the night poring over the journal. It was filled with decades of observations from rangers who had worked the Devil's Elbow Loop. They spoke of the tall ones and the path above the pine. One entry from 1974 chilled me to the bone. It's not that they are ghosts. It's that they are ahead of us. They walk on the world as it will be, or as it was, or as it is in a place where the sun never rose. If one fixates on you, you become its bridge. It will use your life as the timber to cross over. The map showed the old creek bridge, but it was drawn with 2 levels. The lower level was the one I had stood on, the timber and planks of our world. The upper level was drawn in faint, ethereal blue ink. It stretched far beyond the gorge, snaking through the trees over the mountains and directly toward a tiny dot labeled the city. There was a final warning at the end of the journal, scrawled in red ink. If you hear the jump, it's over. But if you hear the wood creak, you still have time to cut the ropes. I didn't understand what cutting the ropes meant until tonight. Tonight, the air in my apartment is so heavy I can barely breathe. The pressure is agonizing, a dull thrumming in my skull that makes my nose bleed. I'm sitting in my kitchen, the only room without a mezzanine or a high ceiling. I have a butcher knife on the table and a canister of gasoline I bought at a station outside the city limits. The footsteps are no longer above me. They are in the room. I can't see it, but I can hear the floorboards of my luxury apartment, the expensive engineered hardwood groaning under a weight that shouldn't exist. Something is pacing the length of my kitchen. Thump, thump, thump. I can see the indentations appearing in the air, not on the floor, but 3 feet above it. It's walking on an invisible platform that cuts right through my kitchen table. I see the salt shaker tip over as the foot passes by. I see the steam from my coffee swirl into a vacuum as the creature inhales that gravelly, wet breath. Then the sound changes. It's not a thump anymore, it's a scraping sound. Scree, scree. It's the sound of something sharp, claws, maybe, or iron-shod boots dragging across wood, but there is no wood there. I look at the journal one last time. I flip to the back looking for anything I missed. There, on the very last page, is a sketch of the old creek bridge, but it's being burned. The bridge is you, the text reads. To break the path, you must destroy the anchor. It wants the height. It wants the structure. Give it nothing but the fall. I understand now. The bleed isn't just a place, it's a connection. It's been using my fear, my memories of that bridge, and my constant upward gaze to build its way into this world. Every time I looked up, I was laying a plank. Every time I listened for it, I was driving a nail. The scraping sound stops. The air turns ice cold. I can feel it standing right behind me. I don't need eyes to know it's there. I can feel the clinical hunger radiating off it, a cold, predatory heat. It's leaning down. The wet, gravelly breath is hot against the back of my neck. I reach for the gasoline. I'm not going to run anymore. I'm not going to move to a new apartment or look for a higher ceiling. I'm going to do what the journal said. I'm going to cut the ropes. If you're reading this and you find yourself in the woods or in a high-rise or on a bridge that feels a little too silent, remember my mistake. I thought I was the prey. I thought I was just a witness. I didn't realize I was the architect. The footsteps have stopped. The weight is shifting. It's getting ready to jump. I strike the match. The air shimmers one last time, and for a split second the veil drops. I see the kitchen as it truly is, not a room in a city, but a splintered, rotting platform suspended over a bottomless gray abyss. The creature is there, towering over me, its matte black face reflecting the flame in my hand. It isn't an insect, it's a bridge builder, and it looks horrified that I've finally found the matches. I drop the flame into the pool of gasoline. The world turns to fire, and for the first time in 5 years, the footsteps are drowned out by the roar of the flames. I'm falling now, we're both falling, and the silence is finally, mercifully complete. The fire didn't feel like heat at first. It felt like a sudden, violent expansion of reality. The gasoline ignited with a muffled whump, a blue-orange flower blooming across the linoleum, and for a heartbeat, the physics of my apartment fought against the physics of the other place. I saw the kitchen cabinets blister and peel, but I also saw the spectral timber of that impossible bridge splintering into glowing embers. The creature, that towering, multi-jointed architectural nightmare, let out a sound that wasn't a scream. It was the sound of a structural failure, like a suspension cable snapping under 10,000 tons of tension. I didn't stay to watch it burn. I didn't even stay to see if it died. I threw myself toward the balcony doors, the glass shattering outward before I even touched it, propelled by the sheer force of the pressure differential. I tumbled onto the concrete ledge of the 22nd floor, the cold night air hitting my lungs like a slap. Behind me, my home was an inferno of orange light and oily black smoke, but the most terrifying thing wasn't the fire. It was the fact that the smoke wasn't rising. It was being sucked upward, swirling into a localized vortex toward the ceiling, toward the place where the footsteps used to be. I crawled to the edge of the balcony, my fingers gripping the cold metal railing. Below me, the city of Seattle was a grid of indifferent amber lights. Above me, the sky was a bruised purple, clouded by the smog of the metropolis. But as I looked up, I saw the bleed one last time. The fire from my apartment was illuminating something in the air, a skeletal framework of charred, translucent wood that stretched from my burning windows up into the clouds. It looked like the ribcage of a leviathan, a walkway made of shadow and memory. And there, clinging to the underside of it like a bat, was the shape. It was falling. It wasn't a graceful fall. It was heavy, clumsy, and frantic. The creature was losing its grip on the upper trail because the anchor, my fear, my presence, my carefully constructed life, was being consumed by the flames. It tumbled past me, a blur of matte black limbs and that sickening, wet, gravelly breath, disappearing into the dark void between the skyscrapers. There was no thud when it hit the ground. There was only a ripple in the air, a distortion like heat rising from asphalt, and then it was gone. I spent 3 weeks in the burn ward of Harborview Medical Center. The police and the fire marshals treated me with a mix of suspicion and pity. They ruled the fire an accident, a tipped-over space heater, and a ruptured gas line. They didn't ask why I had a canister of gasoline in my kitchen, and I didn't volunteer the information. I sat in my hospital bed, wrapped in gauze, listening to the nurses walk down the hallway. Click, click, click. Rubber soles on linoleum, normal, human, weighty. I wept every time I heard them, the relief so sharp it felt like a physical wound. When I was discharged, I didn't go back to the city. I didn't go back to the woods either. I took what was left of my insurance settlement and drove east, past the Cascades, past the damp forests and the heavy air, until the trees thinned out into the arid, flat expanse of the high desert. I found a town where the tallest building is a 2-story grain silo and the horizon stretches out forever, unbroken by mountains or ridgelines. I live in a basement now. It sounds counterintuitive, I know. You'd think I'd want to stay as low to the ground as possible, but the basement is different. Here the above is solid earth. There are no floorboards to creak, no mezzanine levels to haunt, no crawl spaces for things to crouch in. Above my head is 4 feet of reinforced concrete and the packed, dry soil of the desert. There is no room for a bridge here. There is no air for a bleed to manifest. But I'm not writing this to tell you I'm safe. I'm writing this because of what I found in the mail yesterday. I don't have a mailbox at my house. I use a P.O. box in town, a small metal square in a wall of 1,000 other metal squares. When I opened it, there was a single envelope. No stamp, no address, just my name written in that same shaky, cramped handwriting from the journal. Inside was a photograph. It was a Polaroid, the edges yellowed and smelling of damp earth. It showed a bridge, not the old creek bridge, but a different one. A concrete overpass in a city I didn't recognize. And there, standing on the very edge of the railing, was a person, a young woman looking down at the traffic below. But it wasn't the woman that caught my eye. It was the shadow she was casting. The sun was behind her, so her shadow should have been stretched out across the road. Instead, her shadow was cast upward. It was projected onto the air itself, a dark, elongated silhouette that reached toward the clouds. And standing on the shoulders of her shadow was a shape, a tall, spindly thing with three-toed feet, leaning down as if to whisper in her ear. On the back of the photo, a single sentence was scrawled in red ink. The architecture is changing. They don't need the woods anymore. They've learned how to use the concrete. I went back to my basement and locked the door. I sat in the dark, the silence of the desert pressing against the walls. I told myself it was a hoax. I told myself the ranger was crazy, that Elias had been a senile old man, that the fire in Seattle had been exactly what the marshals said it was. Then I heard it. It wasn't a thump, it wasn't a footstep. It was the sound of a shovel. Scrape, thud, scrape, thud. It was coming from the earth above me, not from the floor of the house, but from the dirt itself. Something was digging, not down toward me, but up from somewhere deeper. I realized then that I had been wrong about the upper trails. Elias had said they liked the height because it made them feel like they were still on the mountain paths, but he never said they were limited to the sky. A bridge doesn't just go across, it connects 2 points, and if there is an above, there is inevitably a below. The dirt above my ceiling began to sift down through the cracks in the concrete. Fine, red dust smelling of ozone and stagnant water. I looked up at the reinforced ceiling, the heavy beams I had installed to feel safe. And I saw it. A ripple, a distortion in the very stone. A long, pale finger tipped with a claw that looked like it was made of ancient, pressurized coal, poked through the solid concrete as if it were nothing more than wet tissue paper. It wasn't jumping down this time, it was pulling me through. I'm leaving the journal here on the table. If you find this, don't look for the bridge, don't look for the bleed. And for God's sake, don't think that the ground beneath your feet is any more solid than the air above your head. We are just the scaffolding for something much larger, and the construction never stops. The scratching is getting louder now. The concrete is beginning to groan, a deep tectonic sound that vibrates in my marrow. I can see the face now, not with my eyes, but with my mind. It's the same face from the fire. It's waiting for me to acknowledge it. It's waiting for me to lay the final plank. I won't do it. I'll sit here in the dark and I'll close my eyes. I'll pretend the world is just what we see. I'll pretend that a bridge is just steel and wood and that footsteps are just feet hitting the floor. But the dust is falling faster now, and I can hear the wet, gravelly breath, not from above, not from below, but from inside my own chest. The bridge isn't out there. It never was. The bridge is me. The dust didn't just fall, it pulsed. Each grain of red earth that filtered through the microscopic fissures in the concrete ceiling hit the floor with a rhythmic intensity, timed perfectly to the thudding of my own heart. I stared at the table, at the journal Elias had left behind, and realized the ultimate cruelty of the second deck. It wasn't a physical location. It was a state of being perceived. By acknowledging the creature in the fire, by fighting it, I hadn't severed the tether, I had reinforced it. I had given it the one thing a bridge needs to stay standing: tension. The basement, which I had imagined to be a fortress of subterranean isolation, was turning into a kiln. The smell of ozone was so thick now that it tasted like copper on my tongue, a sharp metallic tang that made my gums ache. I watched the pale, coal-tipped finger withdraw back into the concrete, leaving no hole behind, only a shimmering distortion in the gray stone. It was as if the ceiling had become liquid for a fraction of a second, a surface of dark water that had momentarily allowed a swimmer to break the plane. I reached for the journal, my fingers trembling so violently I nearly tore the vellum pages. I needed to find the entry about the below. I needed to know if the desert was different. I flipped past the sketches of the old creek bridge, past the diagrams of the tall ones with their multi-jointed limbs, until I reached the very last scrap of paper tucked into the binding. It was a map of the stars, but the constellations were wrong. They were connected by jagged, hand-drawn lines that didn't form hunters or bears, but a complex web of intersections. The transit is constant, the note on the back of the star map read. They do not walk on the ground, they walk on the gravity of our attention. If you are in the basement, you are not hidden, you are simply the foundation. A bridge requires a pylon. The deeper you go, the more weight you are expected to carry. A low, vibrating hum began to emanate from the walls. It wasn't the sound of machinery or the wind. It was the sound of the earth itself being tuned like a cello string. I stood up, my chair scraping harshly against the floor, and the sound echoed back at me from the ceiling, not as a reflection, but as a deliberate, mocking imitation. "Scrape." I froze. The sound hadn't come from my chair. It had come from the space directly above my head within the solid mass of the concrete. Something was mimicking my movements, pacing me from within the substrate of the world. I took a step toward the stairs, and a heavy, muffled thud followed me from inside the ceiling. I moved faster, my boots pounding against the floor, and the ceiling responded with a series of rapid, subterranean strikes. It wasn't digging, it was matching my frequency. I reached the wooden stairs that led up to the small, sun-bleached shack I used as a blind for the basement. My hand gripped the railing, but the wood felt wrong. It didn't feel like pine or cedar. It felt like bone cold, porous, and faintly vibrating. I looked down and saw that the stairs were no longer connecting to the floor. They were floating, suspended by thin, glowing filaments of that same ethereal blue ink I had seen in the ranger's journal. The bleed had caught up. The desert hadn't saved me. It had just provided a larger canvas for the construction. I looked back at the basement floor. The red dust was no longer just a pile. It was forming a shape. It was swirling into a topographical map of the Baker Snoqualmie Forest, a miniature recreation of the gorge where I had first stood on that cursed timber. I saw the tiny, dusty representation of the old creek bridge, and as I watched, a single, invisible weight pressed down on the center of the miniature span. The dust flattened. The bridge broke. At that exact moment, a thunderous crack echoed through the basement. A fissure opened in the concrete floor, running from the far corner directly to my feet. But there was no dirt beneath the crack. There was only a yawning, kaleidoscopic void of shifting grays and blacks, a space that looked like the static on a dead television screen. The creature didn't climb out of the hole. It simply appeared, standing over the fissure, its body a silhouette that seemed to absorb the meager light of my battery-powered lanterns. It was taller than the basement ceiling should have allowed, its head disappearing into the concrete as if the stone were nothing more than a fog. Its limbs were impossibly long, folding at angles that defied anatomy, and its skin had the texture of charred bark. It didn't have eyes, it had apertures, narrow, vertical slits that pulsed with a faint, bioluminescent rot. It reached out a hand, not toward me, but toward the air in front of my face. Its long, spindly fingers began to move in a rhythmic, weaving motion as if it were knitting the atmosphere. And as it wove, I saw the second deck manifest. Planks of translucent, ancient wood began to stitch themselves together in the air between us. I could hear the phantom sound of hammers hitting iron nails, a rhythmic clink 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 that resonated inside my teeth. "I won't be your anchor," I whispered, my voice cracking. "I burned the last one. I'll burn this one too." I reached into my pocket for the lighter I had kept since the fire in Seattle, but as my fingers closed around the metal, the creature stopped weaving. It tilted its head, a slow, predatory movement that sent a wave of vertigo crashing through me. The wet, gravelly breath filled the room, but it wasn't coming from the creature's mouth. It was coming from the fissure in the floor. The below was breathing. "You didn't burn the anchor," a voice said. It wasn't a sound in the air, it was a vibration in my skull, the collective groan of 1,000 rusted hinges. "You only cleared the site." I looked at my hands. They were translucent. I could see the skeletal structure of the basement, stairs through my palms. I wasn't standing on the wood anymore. I was suspended in the weave. The creature hadn't been building a bridge to me, it had been building a bridge out of me. My memories of the city, my fear of the heights, my desperate flight to the desert, these weren't just thoughts. They were the materials. Every mile I had driven, every sleepless night I had spent staring at the ceiling, I had been stretching the cables of this nightmare across the map. The second deck wasn't a path for the creatures to enter our world, it was a bypass. They were using us to build a highway over the reality we knew, a structure that used human consciousness as its mortar. I tried to scream, but the sound was caught in the weave. It became a physical object, a jagged, vibrating shard of noise that the creature plucked out of the air and hammered into the phantom wood of the bridge. "Thank you for the height," the vibration hummed. The creature stepped forward, its weight finally fully manifesting in my reality. The concrete floor beneath it didn't just crack, it vanished. The basement, the desert, the stars, everything was swallowed by the bleed. I felt the sensation of falling, but it was a horizontal fall, a violent pull toward a horizon that didn't exist. I saw the woman from the photograph. She was there, suspended in the gray static a few yards away, her body part of a different span. She looked at me with hollow silver eyes, her mouth open in a silent, permanent wail that formed a structural arch. Beyond her I saw hundreds of them, men and women, rangers and hikers, city dwellers and hermits, all of us spaced out like pylons across a vast, impossible gorge. We were the bridge. The creatures moved above us, their heavy, three-toed feet pressing down on our shoulders, our heads, our outstretched arms. Each step they took was a crushing weight, a pressure that forced our essence into the shape of the path. I felt a foot land on my chest, the cold, matte black skin feeling like a slab of mountain granite. I heard my ribs groan, but they didn't break. They became the support beams. I looked up, or what I perceived to be up. Through the gaps in the phantom planks, I could see the world I had left behind. I saw the desert floor, the small shack, the empty basement. I saw the journal lying on the table, its pages fluttering in a wind I could no longer feel. I saw a man. He was standing in the middle of the desert, looking at the shack with a confused, wary expression. He was holding a map. He looked like a traveler, someone who had lost his way and was looking for a landmark. He looked up at the sky. He squinted as if he saw a ripple in the heat haze, a shimmer in the air that shouldn't be there. He heard a sound, a faint, rhythmic thump, thump, thump coming from the empty air above him. I tried to warn him. I tried to tell him to look down, to look at the ground, to never, ever acknowledge the silence. But my voice was just a vibration in the wood. To him, it probably sounded like the wind in the scrub brush or the distant groan of a high-rise shifting in the night. He took a step forward. He followed the sound. And as he did, I felt a new pylon snap into place beside me. The bridge was growing. The second deck was expanding, reaching toward a new destination, fueled by a new fear. The creature above me shifted its weight, preparing for the next jump. I braced myself, my soul hardening into the timber it needed me to be. There was no more fire. There were no more matches. There was only the long, cold stretch of the transit and the endless sound of footsteps above. I closed my eyes and tried to remember the smell of pine, the sound of a real river, the feeling of solid earth. But those memories were being stripped away, planed down into smooth, functional surfaces. I wasn't a man anymore. I was a landmark. And somewhere in a city I would never see again, or a forest I would never walk through, someone else was looking up. Someone else was hearing the floorboards groan. Someone else was starting to build. The silence was complete, save for the scraping of the claws on the wood that used to be my life. Scree, scree. The bridge was open, and the traffic was just beginning. The transition was not a sudden snap, but a slow, agonizing stretching of my perceived reality. In the basement, the laws of physics had been a comfort, gravity was a constant, and the density of the earth was a promise. But as I became the architecture, those constants dissolved into a series of structural requirements. I felt my consciousness thinning out, pulling taut like a suspension cable across a gap I couldn't fathom. The man in the desert, the one looking at my shack, became a blur of heat and color, a distant memory of a world that functioned on 3 dimensions. To him, I was probably nothing more than a localized distortion in the air, a shimmer like gasoline on asphalt. To me, he was a potential anchor, a heavy weight that might, if he looked long enough, pull the entire second deck down into the sun-scorched dirt. I wanted him to run. I wanted to scream into the marrow of his bones that the desert was a lie, that the flatness of the horizon was just a different kind of trap. But my lungs were no longer bellows for air. They were hollowed-out chambers echoing with the rhythmic vibrations of the things walking across me. Each step a tall one took felt like a mountain being dropped onto a sheet of glass. It didn't shatter me. That was the horror of it. It simply integrated the impact into my grain. I felt the ancient, pressurized coal of their claws digging into the wood of my shoulders, anchoring their weight as they peered over the edge of the reality I had become. The young woman from the Polaroid was still there, suspended in the gray static to my left. Our spans were connected by a series of diagonal braces made of translucent, shimmering ribs, human ribs, perhaps hers, perhaps mine, perhaps belonging to the thousands of others who had disappeared into the national forest or stepped off the edges of urban overpasses. She wasn't crying anymore. Her face had set into a mask of architectural endurance. She was a load-bearing wall now, her silver eyes fixed on a point in the void where the geometry of the below met the hunger of the above. I realized then that the architecture is changing note wasn't a warning about the world. It was a description of a biological process. The creatures weren't just using the concrete, they were farming us for it. We were the raw material for a cosmic infrastructure project that had been underway since the first human looked at a fallen log across a stream and thought of it as a path. Our need to connect point A to point B, our obsession with bridges and stairs and thresholds, was the evolutionary bait. We had built the world to suit our movements, never realizing we were just laying the tracks for something that moved differently. The creature standing on my chest shifted. It was looking down through the planks of my ribs at the man in the desert. I felt its curiosity as a cold, oily slickness in my thoughts. It liked the way the man squinted. It liked the way his heart rate was climbing as he realized the shack shouldn't be making that groaning sound in a windless desert. The creature reached down, its long, spindly arm passing through the floor of the bridge, my chest, as if I were made of smoke. Its fingers, those coal-tipped talons, brushed against the roof of the shack. To the man below, it must have sounded like a bird landing or a branch scraping against the wood. But I felt the contact as a sharp, electric shock. The creature was testing the tension. It was checking to see if the man was ready to be a pylon. "Don't look up," I tried to project. "Look at the sand. Look at your boots. Go back to the grain silo." But the man didn't go back. He was drawn to the bleed just as I had been, just as the ranger had been, just as Elias had been. The mystery of the sound was a hook, and it was buried deep in his curiosity. He stepped onto the porch of the shack. The wood groaned, real wood this time, the physical matter of my temporary home, but the sound was amplified by the bridge. It resonated up through the second deck, a deep, hollow boom that shook the entire structure. The woman to my left shivered, her translucent form flickering like a dying light bulb. I felt the stress of the bridge increase. The creatures above us began to move with more urgency, their three-toed feet clicking against the phantom wood in a frantic, syncopated rhythm. They knew. They could feel a new connection forming. The man reached the door of the shack. He put his hand on the knob. In that moment, the basement I had left behind, the physical room with the reinforced concrete and the table and the journal, folded in on itself. It wasn't a collapse of material, it was a collapse of meaning. The space became a node. The man pushed the door open, expecting to see a dusty room with a staircase leading down. Instead, he saw the void. He saw the gray static, the shimmering filaments of blue ink, and the vast, spanning nightmare of the bridge. He saw me. Our eyes met across the threshold of two realities. For a heartbeat, he wasn't just a man in the desert, he was a mirror. I saw my own face reflected in his pupils, not the face I remembered, but a face made of weathered timber and silver wire, a face that was part of a railing, part of a support beam. I saw the horror dawn on him, the realization that the world was not a solid thing, but a thin, stretched membrane over an infinite hunger. He didn't scream. The air was sucked out of his lungs by the sheer pressure of the bleed. He began to stretch. His limbs elongated, his bones cracking and reforming into the jagged, functional shapes of a foundation. The desert behind him began to blur, the sun becoming a dull, distant spark as the gray static swirled around him, knitting his flesh into the existing structure. The creature on my chest let out a low, vibrating hum of satisfaction. It stepped off me and onto the new span being formed by the man's agony. I felt a momentary relief from the weight, a sickening lightness that was almost worse than the pressure. I was no longer a primary support. I was a secondary brace, a veteran piece of the bridge, seasoned by the transit. I watched as the man was integrated. It was a brutal, efficient process. The tall ones swarmed over him, their long fingers weaving his memories of the desert into the cross beams, using his fear of the empty horizon to reinforce the stability of the path. They were master builders, and we were their lumber. As the new section of the bridge stabilized, I felt a change in the atmosphere, if you could call the ozone-heavy static an atmosphere. The construction wasn't just moving horizontally anymore. It was building up. Above the second deck, I could see the faint, shimmering outlines of a third, a fourth, a thousandth level. A vertical city of bridges, a tower of transit that reached toward the stars I had seen on Elias' map. The constellations weren't stars at all. They were junctions. The entire universe was a web of these bridges, a sprawling, infinite infrastructure maintained by the tall ones and built from the consciousness of every sentient thing that had ever dared to look into the dark and wonder what was there. I understood then why Elias had said the upper trails were where they wanted to be. They weren't from the mountains. They weren't from the woods. They were from the gaps between things. They were the architects of the in-between, and we were the only material flexible enough to span the distances. The scratching sound returned, but it was coming from everywhere now. It was the sound of the universe settling. It was the sound of 1 billion feet moving across 1 billion souls. I looked down through the gaps of my own being. Far, far below, I could see a tiny, flickering light. It was the fire in Seattle. It was still burning, a small, insignificant spark in the vastness of the bleed. I realized that the fire hadn't been a tragedy to the creatures. It had been a burn-off, a way to clear out the old, weak timber to make room for the new, reinforced concrete of the modern world. They didn't need the woods anymore because they had us dense, interconnected, and constantly looking at our screens, our roads, our bridges. We were providing them with more material than the forests ever could. The woman to my left turned her head. For the first time, she spoke. It wasn't a voice, it was a vibration that traveled through the structural ribbing we shared. "How long?" she asked. I didn't have a mouth to answer, but the thought resonated through the bridge like a bell. "Until the transit is finished." "The transit is never finished," she pulsed back. "They are building a bridge to the end of time, and we have to stay awake for every step." A new weight landed on my shoulders, a heavier one this time. Something larger than the tall ones, something with feet that felt like the crushing pressure of a tectonic plate. I felt my wood groan, the translucent fibers of my soul straining under the load. I looked back at the table in the basement, the one I could still see through the thinning veil of the world. The journal was still there. The man who had just been integrated had dropped his map next to it. I hoped someone would find it. I hoped someone would read the words I had scrawled in my final moments of humanity. But I also knew the truth. If they found the journal, they would read it. They would think about it. They would wonder if it was true. And in that wondering, they would become the next pylon. The bridge doesn't just connect 2 points, it creates the need for the journey. And as long as there is someone left to walk, someone left to wonder, and someone left to fear the footsteps above, the construction will never stop. I am a bridge, I am a path, I am the silence between the heartbeats of the world. The heavy feet pressed down, and I felt myself settle deeper into the gray static. I wasn't falling. I was supporting. And above me, the footsteps continued, a rhythmic, eternal march toward a destination that was only evermore bridge. The dust of the desert filtered through the cracks of my ribs, a final red benediction from a world I no longer belonged to. I closed my silver eyes and waited for the next traveler. I waited to feel the weight of their curiosity, the tension of their fear, and the inevitable, crushing snap of their reality as they stepped onto the deck. The architecture was changing, and I was the cornerstone of the new world. The scraping started again, scrape, thud, scrape, thud. But it wasn't on the ceiling anymore. It was inside my head. It was the sound of the tall ones walking through my memories, picking out the pieces they needed to build the next mile. They took the memory of my mother's voice and used it for a handrail. They took the memory of my first car and used it for a support brace. They took everything I was and turned it into something they could walk on. I am the bridge with footsteps above, and the footsteps are getting louder. The integration of the desert traveler had left a jagged, raw seam in the local fabric of the bridge, a section of new wood that hummed with a frantic, high-pitched frequency. I could feel his disorientation vibrating through the structural braces that now linked our essences. He was trying to breathe, but he was inhaling the gray static, and it was crystallizing in his spectral lungs, turning his gasps into the rhythmic creak of a swaying pylon. The creatures, the architects, didn't care for his panic, they only cared for his density. They paced across him, their three-toed feet packing down his terror until it became as hard and unyielding as seasoned oak. I felt a sudden, sickening shift in the orientation of the second deck. We weren't just spanning a desert anymore. The horizon of the bleed began to tilt, the gray void curdling into a bruised purple hue. The sensation was akin to a massive ship turning at sea, the entire superstructure of human souls groaning under the torque of a new direction. The creatures were steering us. They weren't just building a path, they were aiming a weapon. Below us, if below still held any meaning in a realm of non-Euclidean geometry, the physical world continued its slow, oblivious crawl. I saw the desert shack shrink into a speck of weathered gray, but as we tilted, the view through the gaps in my ribs shifted. The desert was replaced by a grid of amber lights, a city. It looked like a circuit board etched into the dark velvet of the earth. I recognized the layout, the sprawling veins of the interstate, the clusters of high-rises that looked like tombstone markers from this height. It was Phoenix, or perhaps Las Vegas. The specific name didn't matter anymore. It was a concentrated node of traffic. The creatures above me intensified their pace. Their movements became a blur of matte black limbs and clicking joints. They were excited. The vibration they emitted was no longer a low hum. It was a rhythmic, guttural chant that rattled my very marrow. More height, more span, the junction is near. I felt the woman to my left, the pylon made of Polaroid memories and silver whales, begin to stretch. Her form elongated until she was a thin, shimmering wire, a suspension cable reaching toward the city lights below. She wasn't falling, she was fishing. The creatures were using her as a lead line, a way to hook the consciousness of the thousands of people sleeping in those amber-lit houses. I tried to pull back to retract my essence into the safety of the basement I could still faintly perceive, but the basement was a ghost. The journal, the table, the concrete, they were just echoes of a reality that had already been harvested. I was the reality now. I was the bridge. A foot landed on the center of my chest, the pressure so immense that I felt the phantom wood of my sternum bow toward the city. The creature looked down through me, its eyes, if they were eyes, reflecting the thousands of tiny lights below. It reached out a long, multi-jointed finger and traced a line in the air. Following its gesture, a ripple appeared in the sky above the city. To the people below, it would look like a strange meteorological phenomenon, a localized aurora, perhaps, or a trick of the light reflecting off the smog. But I saw it for what it was, the bleed opening up. The second deck was descending. We were the underside of a cloud that wasn't made of water, but of the collective weight of those who had gone missing. I felt the first catch. Somewhere in a high-rise apartment, a woman woke up because she heard a sound on her ceiling. Not the sound of a neighbor, but a heavy, rhythmic thump-thump-thump that didn't match the architecture of her building. She looked up at the white plaster of her bedroom ceiling, and for a second her curiosity bridged the gap. I felt her. She became a microscopic point of tension on my own structure. A tiny silver thread snapped into place, connecting her frantic heartbeat to the brace that formed my left arm. The creature above me chirped, a sound like grinding stones, and shifted its weight toward her thread. No, I thought, the word echoing through the hollows of the bridge. Don't look at the sound. Go back to sleep. Ignore the groan. But she couldn't. The sound was a hook, and the hook was set. I felt her reality begin to soften, her bedroom walls losing their solidity as the gray static of the bridge began to leak through the vents. She was being planed. Her memories of her life, her job, her children, they were being stripped away by the creatures, used as sandpaper to smooth out the rough edges of the new span. The bridge was growing exponentially now. With every person who heard the footsteps, a new plank was laid, a new pylon driven into the void. The second deck was becoming a sprawling, multi-layered highway that blanked out the stars. The weight on me shifted again. The creature that had been using me as a lookout post moved toward the woman's new thread, but it was replaced by something far worse. A shadow fell over me, a shadow that had mass, a shadow that felt like the cold vacuum of deep space. It was one of the great architects. It didn't have three-toed feet. It didn't have a recognizable shape. It was a mass of shifting architectural planes, a living cathedral of obsidian and bone. When it stepped onto the bridge, the entire structure shivered. The woman to my left vanished, her silver eyes snuffed out as she was compressed into a single high-tension bolt. The desert traveler was crushed into a floorboard. And I was forced down. The pressure was beyond pain. It was a fundamental reordering of my existence. I felt my consciousness being squeezed into a thinner and thinner layer until I was no longer a pylon or a brace. I was the very surface of the bridge. I was the grain of the wood. I was the microscopic texture that provided the tall ones with traction. I could feel everything now. I felt the thousands of feet, the three-toed claws, the many-jointed hooves, the sliding, slug-like movements of things that had no names. I felt their heat, their cold, their alien intent. They were moving in a great, singular direction, a migration across the map of human experience. They were leaving our world behind. The bridge wasn't just a bypass, it was an exit ramp. They had used us to build a way out of the three-dimensional prison of our reality, a structure that could withstand the pressures of the beyond. We were the heat shield. We were the insulation. As the great architect moved across me, I saw a flash of something familiar. In the swirling static of its form, I saw the faces of the rangers. I saw Elias. He wasn't dead. He was a decorative frieze on the architect's flank, his mouth still open in that silent structural wail. He had reached the upper trails, but he hadn't found the top of the mountain. He had just become part of the climbing gear. The city below began to fade. The amber lights were replaced by a dull, uniform gray. We were moving higher now, beyond the atmosphere, beyond the reach of the sun. The bridge was stretching across the solar system, a gossamer thread of human souls reaching for the cold, dark places between the planets. I realized then that the second deck was only the beginning. There would be a third deck, a fourth, 1,000 more, each one built from the refined essence of the one below it. The creatures would keep building until they had bridged the entire universe, until every spark of consciousness was repurposed into a functional part of their transit system. The silence was no longer complete. It was filled with the sound of the bridge itself, the groaning of billions of souls, the snapping of sanity like dry kindling, the rhythmic thump-thump-thump of the endless traffic. I tried to remember my name. I searched the grain of my being for the man who had sat in the basement with a journal and a box of matches. But that man was a knot in the wood, a flaw that had been sanded down long ago. I was just a landmark. I was a mile marker on a road to nowhere. A new sound began to emerge from the cacophony, a low, resonant thrumming like a giant heart beating in the center of the bridge. It was the sound of the destination. The creatures stopped. The great architect above me went still, its obsidian planes locking into a rigid, expectant posture. The tall ones crouched, their claws digging deep into the wood of my shoulders. Something was coming from the other side. From the far end of the bridge, out of the deep, starless void, a light began to grow. It wasn't the warm light of a sun or the sterile light of a city. It was a cold, piercing blue, the color of the ink in my journal, the color of the silver eyes of the lost. It was the in-between looking back at us. The light hit the bridge, and for a moment the entire structure became transparent. I saw the millions of people who made up the path. I saw the rangers, the hikers, the children who had wandered too far into the park, the old men who had disappeared from nursing homes. We were all there, a shimmering, interconnected web of life turned into stone and timber. The light passed through us, and as it did, I felt a final, agonizing transformation. The wood of my being didn't just harden, it vitrified. I became glass, clear, cold, and perfectly reflective. The creatures above me were no longer shadows. In the blue light, I saw them clearly. They were beautiful in their horror, sleek, efficient machines of transit, their bodies designed for nothing but movement across the surfaces of the soul. They weren't evil, they were just hungry for distance. The great architect let out a sound, a single pure note that shattered the last of my human memories. The note was a command. The traffic resumed. But it wasn't the tall ones moving anymore. It was something else, something from the light. I felt the first footstep of the new arrivals. It didn't feel like a mountain or a slab of granite. It felt like a needle, a sharp, precise point of pressure that pierced through my glass-like surface and anchored itself in the void below. Then another and another. Thousands of needles stitching the bridge into the fabric of the beyond. I looked down one last time. The earth was gone. The city was gone. There was only the bridge, a silver line cutting through the infinite blue. I realized that the journal I had left behind was no longer a warning. It was a brochure. It was an invitation to the only thing that was real. The architecture had finished changing. The second deck was complete. And as the first of the new things stepped onto my chest, I finally understood the meaning of the note. Thank you for the height. The footsteps above were no longer coming from above. They were coming from within. I was no longer the bridge. I was the movement itself. I closed my eyes, my glass, silver, hollow eyes, and felt the weight of the universe begin its long, slow walk across my heart. The bleed was total. The silence was gone. There was only the sound of the transit and the knowledge that somewhere far below, someone was looking at a map, hearing a floorboard groan, and wondering why the air felt so heavy. I waited for them. I reached out with my glass fingers, a shimmering wire in the dark, and prepared to catch the next thread. The bridge was open, and it was time to grow. The blue light intensified, swallowing the last of the gray static. The great architect shifted, its obsidian planes unfolding like the wings of a predatory god. It began to move toward the light, and I, the grain, the glass, the soul, was pulled along with it. We were no longer spanning a gap. We were becoming the gap. The scratching sound returned, but it was melodic now, a symphony of claws on glass. Scree, scree. The music of the bridge. I braced myself for the next mile. I braced myself for the next soul. I braced myself for the eternity of the footsteps. And then, from the very edge of my perception, I felt it. A match being struck. A tiny flickering spark of orange in the infinite blue. Someone was still fighting. Someone was still trying to burn the bridge. The creatures hissed, a collective sound of static and stone. The great architect paused, its obsidian wings trembling. The spark was small, but it was hot. It was the heat of a real fire, a fire made of wood and oxygen and human defiance. It was a fire that didn't belong in the bleed. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of something I hadn't felt in an eternity. Hope. The spark grew, a tiny orange eye in the center of the blue void. It was coming from the below. It was coming from the basement. Someone had found the journal, and they hadn't just read it. They had brought a torch. The bridge shuddered, the glass of my being cracked, a long, jagged line of white appearing across my chest. The tall ones shrieked, their matte black bodies smoking as the heat of the fire reached them. The transit was being interrupted. I looked toward the spark, and for a fleeting second I saw a face. It wasn't the traveler from the desert. It was a woman with sharp, intelligent eyes and a uniform with a badge, a ranger, but not like the ones who had been taken. She was different. She had a look of grim, calculated purpose. She wasn't looking for the lost, she was looking for the source. She held the torch to the reinforced concrete of the basement floor, and to my amazement, the concrete began to burn. It wasn't the material that was catching fire, it was the mortar of human consciousness that held the room together. She was burning the foundation of the bridge. The great architect roared, a sound that tore through the vitrified soles of the deck like a hurricane. It turned back, its massive form lunging toward the spark. But the crack in my chest was widening. The glass was shattering. I felt the weight of the creatures falling away as the second deck began to dissolve. The blue light flickered, the beyond receding as the raw, chaotic energy of the fire flooded the system. The woman to my left, the silver-eyed pylon, began to scream, but it wasn't a structural wail anymore. It was a human scream, a scream of release. I felt my own form softening, the glass turning back into wood, the wood turning back into flesh. The pressure was lifting. The footsteps were fading. Burn it, I thought, the words no longer a vibration, but a prayer. Burn it all down. The ranger in the basement didn't hear me, but she didn't need to. She poured a canister of something, gasoline, or perhaps something more potent, onto the floor and threw a second match. The basement exploded in a wall of orange flame. The bridge snapped. The sensation was like 1,000 piano wires breaking at once. The second deck whipped through the bleed, the souls of the lost being flung into the void as the structure collapsed. I felt myself falling, a vertical fall this time, a real, gravity-driven plunge toward the earth. The gray static vanished, the blue light was extinguished. The last thing I saw before the darkness took me was the great architect, its obsidian form melting in the heat of the human fire, its wings turning into ash as it fell alongside me. The transit was over. I hit the floor of the basement with a bone-shattering thud. The air was thick with smoke and the smell of burning chemicals. The heat was a physical weight, a wonderful, agonizing reminder of the world I had almost lost. I looked up through the smoke. The ceiling was just a ceiling. The floorboards were just wood. The footsteps had stopped. I saw the ranger standing over me, her face a mask of soot and sweat. She held a heavy, industrial-grade extinguisher in one hand and a radio in the other. "I found him," she said, her voice sounding like the most beautiful music I had ever heard. "But the site is compromised. We need to seal the node. Now." I tried to speak, to tell her about the bridge, about the tall ones, about Elias, but my throat was full of ash. She looked at me, and for a second I saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes. She knew. She had seen the bridge too. "Don't worry," she whispered, leaning down. "We're taking the stairs out of the woods, all of them." She pulled me toward the door, and as we left the burning shack, I looked back one last time. The fire was consuming the basement, but in the center of the flames, I saw a shimmer. A final, ghostly outline of a three-toed footstep pressing down on the air where the floor used to be. It was faint, it was dying. But the silence that followed was not the silence of peace. It was the silence of a construction site during a lunch break. The architecture had changed, but the architects were still out there, and they were very, very patient. The ranger pulled me into the cool night air of the desert. The stars were back, real stars, cold and distant and beautiful. I looked up at the sky and didn't see a bridge. I saw a vacuum. And for the first time in a long time, I took a breath that belonged only to me. But as we walked away from the burning shack, I felt a familiar sensation, a tiny, rhythmic vibration in the soles of my boots. Thump, thump, thump. I didn't look back, I didn't look up. I just kept walking, one heavy human footstep at a time. The desert night was a different kind of cold than the vacuum of the second deck. It was a cold that bit at the skin and demanded a response from the blood, a biological urgency that felt like a homecoming. But as the ranger, whose name tag was obscured by a smear of soot and melted polyester, hauled me toward a waiting Humvee, the rhythmic thrumming in my boots didn't dissipate. It wasn't just the vibration of the fire or the idling engine of the vehicle. It was a frequency, a subharmonic resonance that seemed to originate from the tectonic plates themselves. She shoved me into the passenger seat with a strength that suggested she had spent years wrestling more than just delinquent hikers. The interior of the vehicle smelled of ozone, old coffee, and a sharp, metallic scent I recognized from the bleed, the smell of ionized reality. On the dashboard, a series of modified Geiger counters were screaming, their needles pinned into the red, vibrating so violently they looked like blurred wings. "Don't look at the sky," she barked, climbing into the driver's seat. She didn't look at me. She slammed the gear shift into reverse and floored it, the tires throwing grit against the underside of the chassis like a hail of gunfire. "If you look up, you give them a tether. Keep your eyes on the floor mats. Count the cigarette burns. Do anything but look up." I did as I was told. I stared at a discarded gum wrapper and a crusty floor mat, my mind reeling. The transition from being a structural component of a trans-dimensional highway back into a bag of fragile bones and wet organs was sickening. My nervous system was misfiring. I could still feel the phantom weight of the great architect on my chest, a lingering pressure that made every breath feel like a chore. "Who are you?" I rasped. My voice sounded like two stones grinding together, the exact sound the three-toed creatures had made. I shuddered at the realization. Ranger Miller, Section 9, she said, her eyes fixed on the rearview mirror, watching the burning shack recede into a pinpoint of orange light. But the titles don't matter anymore. We're the demolition crew. We've been tracking the step-down for 6 months. You're the first one we've pulled out who wasn't already turned into a load bearer. I was a pylon, I whispered, the memory of the wood grain of my skin making me nauseous. I felt the city. I felt a woman wake up. She became a bolt. I saw Elias. He was part of the trim. Miller gripped the steering wheel so hard her knuckles turned the color of the bone-white desert. Elias was a good man. He reached the upper trails. Most people think that means a plateau. It doesn't. It means you've climbed high enough to be used as a structural support for the rafters. They like the Rangers. We're durable. We have high tensile strength. She reached into the center console and pulled out a flask, tossing it to me. I unscrewed it, expecting water or whiskey. It was heavy, viscous, and tasted like salt and copper. Drink, it's a grounding agent. It'll help the vitrification settle. If you don't, your cells will keep trying to turn into glass every time the wind blows the wrong way. I choked it down, feeling a dull heat spread through my stomach. The vibration in my boots began to muffle, receding into a distant, tectonic ache. The fire, I said, wiping my mouth. In the basement, you burned the journal, you burned the anchor. I burned one anchor, Miller corrected grimly. She swerved to avoid a jagged rock, the Humvee bouncing violently. The problem with a bridge is that it needs multiple points of contact to stay stable. That shack was a primary node because you fed it. Your observation, your writing, your fear, it acted as a surveyor's map. But there are others. Thousands of them. Every time someone sees a shadow that doesn't move right or hears a footstep on a roof where no one lives, a new surveyor starts work. I thought of the woman in the high-rise, the silver thread, it's growing. They called it the second deck. It's more than a deck, Miller said. She finally glanced at me and I saw the toll the job had taken. Her pupils were jagged, non-circular, as if the geometry of her eyes had been slightly altered by what she'd seen. It's a migration. Something on the other side of the beyond is dying or moving or hungry. They aren't building a bridge to visit us. They're building a bridge to get over us. We're the swamp they're paving over to build a superhighway. Suddenly, the radio on her shoulder crackled to life. It wasn't a voice that came through. It was the sound of a rhythmic, heavy thump, 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 followed by a high-pitched, grinding chirp. Miller's face went pale. She grabbed the radio and keyed the mic. Echo base, this is Miller. I have the asset. We are in transit. Do you copy? The response was a series of wet, sliding sounds, like a slug moving over a microphone. Then, a voice, hollow, echoing, and sounding suspiciously like my own, spoke through the static. The grain is uneven. Miller swore and ripped the radio off her shoulder, throwing it out the window. It bounced once in the sand and exploded into a flurry of blue sparks. They're using the frequencies, she muttered, pushing the Humvee to 80 miles per hour. They've mapped the radio towers. They're turning the communication grid into a handrail. Where are we going? I asked, a new terror rising. If they could use the radio, if they could use the architecture of our thoughts, where was safe? To a place with no geometry, she said, an old salt mine. No right angles, no structural integrity, just a raw, chaotic hole in the ground. They can't build on chaos. They need order. They need the plumb line of human perception to set their levels. As we sped through the dark, I couldn't help it. My eyes drifted toward the side window. I didn't look up, not fully, but I saw the horizon. The desert was flat, but the shadows were wrong. The silhouettes of the distant mesas weren't jagged. They looked smoothed out, planed down, as if a giant sander had passed over the top of the world. And then I saw the bleed again. It wasn't a localized aurora anymore. A massive, shimmering curtain of gray static was draped across the stars, stretching from the northern horizon to the south. It was translucent, but it had a texture, the texture of woven hair and hammered lead. Tiny sparks of silver light drifted within the curtain, each one a soul being processed, compressed, and slotted into place. I saw a movement in the static, a shape so large it defied the scale of the landscape. It was a leg, a single multi-jointed limb of obsidian and bone descending from the clouds. It didn't land on the ground. It landed on the air 500 feet above the desert floor. I felt the impact in my teeth. THOOM. The Humvee fishtailed as the shockwave hit us, not a physical wind, but a displacement of reality. For a split second, the dashboard turned into a row of human teeth, and the steering wheel became a circle of twisted fingers. Miller slammed her hand against the dash. "Stay real," she screamed. "ITS just plastic. ITS just rubber." The hallucination snapped back. The dashboard was plastic again, but the leg was still there, anchored in the empty sky, a pylon for a span that was currently being laid over our heads. "They're accelerating," Miller said, her voice trembling for the first time. "They know we have the surveyor. They want the map back." "I'm not the map," I shouted, clutching the flask. "I burned the journal." "You are the journal now," she yelled back. "You spent weeks observing them. You synchronized your heartbeat to their footsteps. You've memorized the blueprint of the second deck better than anyone alive. If they get you back, they don't just get a pylon, they get the architect's manual." The leg in the sky moved. It lifted, the sound of the air tearing like silk, and then it came down again, closer this time. THOOM. The ground beneath the Humvee buckled, not because of an earthquake, but because the earth was trying to mirror the structure above. A ridge of rock suddenly erupted from the flat sand, shaped like a perfect 45-degree brace. Miller swerved, the vehicle tilting onto two wheels before slamming back down. "We aren't going to make it to the mine," she said, her eyes darting to the GPS, which was now displaying a series of impossible non-Euclidean shapes instead of a map. "The terrain is being repurposed too fast. They're zoning the desert." She reached into the back seat and grabbed a heavy canvas bag, tossing it into my lap. "Open it. Take the flares, not the red ones, the violet ones." I fumbled with the bag, my fingers feeling stiff and glass-like again. I pulled out a cylinder marked with a strange, iridescent symbol. "What do these do?" "They're static disruptors," Miller said. "They create a localized zone of pure, unadulterated noise. It'll blind them for a few seconds. When I tell you, throw one out the window, don't look at the light it makes. It'll burn the bridge sight right out of your skull." The third step landed directly in front of us. The air itself shattered. A spiderweb of cracks appeared in the sky, and through the fissures I saw the second deck in all its horrific glory. It was a sprawling, multi-leveled metropolis of bone and light, populated by millions of moving things. I saw the great architect, its obsidian plains unfolding as it reached down with a finger that was 3 miles long. Now Miller screamed. I struck the violet flare and hurled it out the window. The world didn't explode in light, it exploded in sound. A cacophony of white noise, a trillion radio stations playing at once, a scream that had no beginning and no end. The violet glare was so intense I could see the bones in my own hands through my closed eyelids. The great architect recoiled. The massive leg in the sky shivered and dissolved into a cloud of gray moths. The pressure on my chest vanished, replaced by a vacuum that threatened to pull my lungs out of my throat. Miller didn't stop. She drove straight through the space where the leg had been, the Humvee passing through a cloud of freezing, foul-smelling mist. "One more," she yelled. "The bridge is trying to heal." I struck the second flare and threw it. This time the sound was different, a low, guttural growl that made the metal of the Humvee groan in protest. The cracks in the sky began to seal, but they didn't close perfectly. They left behind jagged, permanent scars in the atmosphere, lines of distorted light that looked like stitches. We roared over a rise, and there it was, the salt mine. It looked like a wound in the earth, a jagged, ugly moss surrounded by rusted machinery and crumbling shacks. Miller didn't slow down. She drove the Humvee straight into the entrance, the tires screaming as we transitioned from sand to gravel to raw salt. The darkness of the mine swallowed us, a thick, heavy blackness that felt like a lead blanket. She slammed on the brakes and we skidded to a halt in a cavernous chamber. The only light came from the cooling engine and the dying glow of the violet flares outside. Silence. A real silence, not the silence of the bridge, which was just a mask for the footsteps. This was the silence of the deep earth, the silence of things that have been buried for 1,000,000 years. Miller slumped over the steering wheel, her breath coming in ragged gasps. I sat there, clutching the empty canvas bag, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Are we safe?" I whispered. "For now," she said, her voice muffled. "The salt disrupts the silver threads. It's too crystalline, too fractured. They can't find a purchase here. The tall ones hate the taste of it. It's like walking on broken glass for them." She sat up and looked at me. In the dim light, her soot-stained face looked ancient. "But we can't stay here forever. The bridge is still growing. Every minute we sit here, another mile of the second deck is laid. They'll eventually find a way to bridge the gap between the surface and the deep." "What do we do?" I asked. I felt a strange detachment, a lingering effect of the vitrification. Part of me was still back there, a pylon in the wind, watching the city lights. "We do what the architects do," Miller said, reaching into the back seat and pulling out a heavy, leather-bound book. It wasn't my journal. It was older, thicker, and the cover was made of something that looked uncomfortably like human skin. We build a counterstructure, a bypass of our own. She opened the book. The pages weren't filled with words. They were filled with blueprints, impossible, shifting diagrams of a bridge that didn't go across, but inward. "They used us to build their exit," Miller said, her eyes reflecting the strange, shifting ink of the book. "We're going to use their blueprints to build a trap. We're going to give them exactly what they want, a perfect, frictionless road." "Where does it lead?" Miller looked at the dark tunnel behind us, a tunnel that went deeper than any salt mine should go. "To the third deck," she whispered, "but not theirs, ours. We're going to build a bridge to the place where even the great architects are afraid to walk." I looked at my hands. They were still pale, but the glass-like sheen was gone. However, as I watched, a tiny, microscopic grain of wood appeared on my thumb. The change wasn't stopping, it was just slowing down. I can't help you build anything, I said, my voice trembling. I'm falling apart. I'm becoming the material. That's exactly why you're the only one who can, Miller said. She reached out and took my hand. Her grip was cold, but it was solid. You aren't a surveyor anymore, and you aren't a pylon. You're the keystone, and it's time to set the arch. Outside, far above the salt mine, I heard a sound. It wasn't a footstep. It was the sound of a billion voices, all whispering the same thing, a rhythmic, synchronized chant that vibrated through the salt and the rock and the marrow of my bones. The bridge is long, the bridge is wide, the bridge is all that's left inside. The great architect was waiting. It wasn't angry. It wasn't even impatient. It was just a machine, and a machine doesn't care if the parts resist. It just waits for the friction to wear them down. Miller stood up and pulled a flashlight from her belt. She clicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness of the mine. Come on, she said, we have a lot of work to do before the sun doesn't rise. I followed her into the dark, my boots crunching on the salt. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps were mine now, but as I walked, I couldn't help but wonder. Whose chest was I walking on? And how much further until the end of the span? The tunnel narrowed, the walls pressing in with a weight that felt like a physical embrace. The salt glittered in the flashlight beam, a million tiny mirrors reflecting a version of me that was still made of wood and glass. We were going deep. We were going into the foundation. And somewhere in a basement that was no longer a basement, a match was still burning. A tiny, defiant spark in a world that was being paved over by the infinite. I took another step, the bridge groaned, the universe shivered. And the second deck began to tilt. The salt mine did not feel like a cave. It felt like the inside of a gargantuan, desiccated lung. The air was so dry it seemed to suck the moisture directly from my eyeballs, leaving them itchy and raw. Miller walked with a frantic, rhythmic energy, her heavy boots kicking up clouds of white, translucent dust that hung in the stagnant air like frozen static. Don't touch the walls, she cautioned, her voice barely a whisper, yet it echoed with a strange, metallic clarity. The salt is pure, but it's reactive to the bleed. If you press your palm against it for too long, your heat will create a local equilibrium. You'll fuse. I've seen men become bas-reliefs in the rock because they wanted to rest their shoulders for 5 minutes. I pulled my arms tight against my chest, making myself as small as possible. My skin still felt tight, that terrifying vitrification humming just beneath the surface of my derma. Every time my heart beat, I felt a microscopic click in my valves, like a clock resetting itself. I was a ticking mechanism of glass and bone. You said we're building a trap, I said, my voice catching on the grit in my throat. How do you trap something that can walk on the sky, something that turns people into floorboards? Miller stopped. She didn't turn around, but the beam of her flashlight swept across a massive cavern opening up ahead of us. In the center of the chamber sat a rusted, skeletal piece of machinery, an old continuous miner, its cutting head frozen in a snarl of tungsten carbide teeth, but it had been modified. Copper wiring, thick as a human wrist, was wrapped around the chassis in spiraling coils. Strange, pulsating canisters, the same iridescent violet as the flares, were bolted to the frame. And draped over the whole mess were hundreds of thin, silver threads harvested and braided into a thick hawser that disappeared into a borehole in the floor. The great architect follows the path of least resistance, Miller said, finally turning to face me. She looked haunted, her eyes darting to the ceiling of the cavern as if she could see through 300 feet of solid rock. It builds where the geometry is stable. It needs anchors, people like you, places like the shack to provide the coordinates, but it also needs a vacuum. It flows into the spaces where human perception fails. She walked toward the machine and patted the rusted metal. We've been feeding it noise, using these disruptors to create a pocket of absolute structural chaos. It's like a pothole in their highway. They've been trying to pave over this coordinate for months, but the salt keeps shattering their levels. So we're going to give them a super anchor. Something so attractive, so structurally perfect, that the architect will divert the entire weight of the second deck onto this single point. And that anchor is me, I whispered. The realization didn't come with a shock, it came with a cold, hollow sense of inevitability. I was already halfway there, I was seasoned, I was cured. Not just you, Miller said, her voice softening with a trace of genuine regret. You're the blueprint, but the machine is the forge. We're going to use your bridge site to broadcast a false reality. We're going to convince the architect that this mine is the center of the world, that this is the primary pylon for the entire continental span. And when it anchors here, the salt mine isn't a mine, Mats. Not anymore. We've spent 3 years undermining the tectonic plate beneath this sector. We've packed the lower galleries with enough liquid nitrogen and high-yield stabilizers to flash freeze a city. When the architect puts its weight down, when it commits the full structural load of the second deck to this coordinate, we're going to trigger a systemic collapse. We're going to drop the bridge into the void. I looked at the silver braids. They were humming, a low subharmonic vibration that made my teeth ache. You're going to collapse the sky. I'm going to collapse the connection, she corrected. They'll fall back into the beyond, and they'll take the second deck with them. All the people who were turned into bolts and beams, they're gone, Mats, but the ones who haven't been processed yet, the ones like the woman you saw in the high-rise, they'll wake up on the floor of their apartments. They'll have bruises and they'll have nightmares, but they'll be on the ground. Suddenly, the cavern groaned. It wasn't the sound of shifting rock. It was the sound of a cello string being stretched until it screamed. The silver threads on the machine snapped taut. They began to glow with a pale, sickly luminescence, casting long, distorted shadows against the salt walls. They're here, Miller hissed. She grabbed me by the collar and dragged me toward the machine. They've traced the flares. The step down is happening right above us. I can hear them, I said, and I realized I wasn't using my ears. The sound was coming from inside my skull. Thump. A mile above us, a foot landed on the desert floor. The impact sent a ripple through the salt that knocked me to my knees. Thump. Closer, the step down wasn't a physical descent, it was a narrowing of dimensions. They were folding the space between the sky and the mine. Miller scrambled to the control panel of the modified miner, her fingers flying over a series of toggle switches. The copper coils began to hum, a high-pitched whine that set my nerves on fire. Get in the seat, she yelled over the rising noise. Mats, look at the braids. Don't look at me, don't look at the walls, look at the silver. I climbed into the operator's chair of the machine. It was cold and smelled of ozone. As soon as I sat down, Miller slapped a headset over my ears. There was no sound, only a crushing pressure like being underwater. Start the map. Miller's voice was a distant ghost. Think about the shack. Think about the grain of the wood. Think about the way the sky felt when you were a pylon. Give them the coordinates. I closed my eyes and the world vanished. I wasn't in the mine anymore. I was back on the ridge, the wind howling through my ribcage. I felt the immense, terrifying weight of the second deck pressing down on my shoulders. I saw the silver threads stretching out from my fingers, connecting me to the world. I reached out with my mind, feeling for the architect. I found it. It was a cold, crystalline vastness, a mind that functioned like a slide rule, calculating the stresses of reality. It felt my presence, and I felt its curiosity, a dry, abrasive interest. It recognized me. I was a lost component. I was a surveyor who had gone off the grid. The grain must be true, the voice echoed in the void. I am here, I thought, pouring every ounce of my fear, my memory, and my vitrifying cells into the thought. The foundation is here. The salt is the stone. The mine is the root. Build on me. I felt the architect pivot. The sensation was like a mountain turning on a ball bearing. The massive, invisible structure of the second deck began to groan as its center of gravity shifted. I felt the weight leaving the desert, leaving the mesas, and funneling into a single vertical needle of intent. The pressure in the mine became unbearable. The salt walls began to crack, but the cracks were too straight, too perfect. They were forming right angles. The cavern was trying to become a room. It's working. Miller's voice was a scream of triumph and terror. It's taking the bait. The load bearing is shifting. I could see it now, even with my eyes closed. A pillar of pure white light was descending through the rock, passing through the layers of earth as if they were nothing more than smoke. It wasn't light, it was order. It was the ultimate plumb line. It touched the top of the machine. My body jerked as the current hit me. I wasn't a man anymore. I was a conduit. I felt my legs fuse together, the skin turning into a hard, polished substance. My arms locked into place, my fingers splaying out to form a decorative capital. I was becoming a Corinthian column, a beautiful, useless thing designed to hold up the weight of a god. I saw the woman from the high-rise again. She was floating in the silver stream, her face a mask of serene agony. She was a bolt now, her soul hammered into a hexagonal shape, holding two massive beams of memory together. Help me, I tried to say, but I had no mouth. I had only a structural function. Hold it, Miller was shouting. She was standing at the edge of the cavern, holding a remote detonator. Her face was bathed in the white light of the architect's descent. Just 10 more seconds, Mats, hold the span. The architect was fully committed now. I could feel the entire weight of the second deck, miles of bone cities, millions of processed souls, the vast, humming machinery of a dying dimension, all resting on my narrow, fragile shoulders. The salt beneath the machine began to liquefy, not from heat, but from the sheer ontological pressure. The reality of the mine was being overwritten by the reality of the bridge. Then I felt a different vibration. From deep below, miles beneath the mine, something stirred. It wasn't the architect, it wasn't the bridge. It was the thing Miller had warned me about, the chaos that they couldn't build on. The salt mine sat atop a prehistoric pocket of gas and unstable minerals, but there was something else there, a void that had never been named. a place where the rules of the universe hadn't been written yet. Miller saw it on her monitors, her eyes widened. "Oh God," she whispered, "it's not just a collapse, it's a sinkhole in reality." She didn't wait for the 10 seconds. She couldn't. She pressed the button. The floor of the cavern didn't blow up. It simply ceased to exist. The liquid nitrogen stabilizers shattered, the flash freeze creating a thermal shock that turned the salt into dust. The tectonic supports we had undermined gave way with a sound like the Earth's spine snapping. The machine, the silver threads, and I began to fall. But we weren't falling into a hole, we were falling into the beyond. The architect's pillar of light snapped. I felt the moment the connection broke, a recoil so violent it sent a shockwave across the entire planet. Above us, the second deck buckled. The step-down reversed with a scream of tearing metal and howling voices. I saw the great architect for one final, fleeting second. It wasn't a god. It was a frightened, spindly thing, clutching at the fraying edges of its beautiful bridge as the foundation was ripped out from under it. It looked down into the abyss we had created, and for the first time I felt it experience a human emotion. It was afraid of the dark. Then the white light vanished, replaced by a roaring violet blackness. I felt the machine disintegrating around me. The copper coils melted, the silver threads evaporated. I was falling through a vacuum, my body still locked in the shape of a pillar. "Miller," I tried to scream, but the air was gone. I saw her for a heartbeat, a silhouette against the receding light of the cavern above. She wasn't falling. She was standing on the edge, watching me go. She looked small. She looked tired. She looked like a woman who had just saved the world by throwing a man into a furnace. Then the ceiling of the mine collapsed, sealing the hole, and the last of the light went out. I fell for what felt like centuries. In the absence of gravity and light, my mind began to unspool. The vitrification, deprived of the architect's signal, began to itch. The wood grain on my skin started to flake off, drifting away into the void like sawdust. I wasn't a pylon anymore. I wasn't a surveyor. I was just Mats, a bag of fragile bones and wet organs, tumbling through a place where geometry had no meaning. Eventually, the falling stopped. There was no impact. I simply became aware that I was no longer moving. I was lying on something cold and smooth. I opened my eyes. I wasn't in the mine. I wasn't in the desert. I was standing on a platform of gray stone. The air was thick and tasted of salt and old copper. Above me there was no sky, only an infinite expanse of churning violet clouds. I looked down at my hands. They were human, pale, trembling, and covered in a fine layer of white salt dust, but human. The wood was gone. The glass was gone. I looked around. The platform I was on was part of a bridge, but it wasn't the second deck. This bridge was old. It was made of heavy, weathered stone, pitted by eons of invisible rain. There were no silver threads here, no humming machinery. It was a bridge built by hand. I walked to the edge and looked over. Below, shrouded in the violet mist, I saw the wreckage of the second deck. It looked like a discarded toy, a shattered skeleton of bone and light resting on the floor of the abyss. I saw the great architect's obsidian limbs, broken and still, protruding from the fog like the legs of a dead spider. We had done it. The bridge was down. But as I turned to look at the path ahead of me, my heart froze. The stone bridge stretched out into the darkness further than I could see, and there, standing a few yards away, was a figure. It was wearing a tattered ranger's uniform. Its back was to me. "Miller," I rasped. The figure didn't turn, but I heard the sound that had started it all. Thump. The figure took a step. Thump. Another. And then from the darkness further down the span, 1,000 voices answered, not in a chant, but in a simple, rhythmic acknowledgement. Thump, thump, thump. I looked up at the violet clouds. I saw a shape moving within them. It wasn't the architect. It was something much, much larger, something that didn't need a bridge to cross the void. Something that had been waiting for the superhighway to be cleared away so it could finally begin its own migration. I looked back at the figure in the ranger's uniform. It finally turned around. It wasn't Miller. It was Elias. His eyes were gone, replaced by 2 smooth, polished spheres of salt. He looked at me, or where he thought I was, and his mouth opened. "The third deck isn't a place, Mats," he said, his voice sounding like wind through a canyon. "It's a direction." He pointed behind me. I turned. There, at the far end of the stone bridge, I saw a door. A simple wooden door standing alone in the void. It looked exactly like the door to the basement in the shack. And someone was knocking on the other side. Knock, knock, knock. "Don't open it," Elias whispered. "The footsteps. They aren't coming from above anymore." I looked down at the stone beneath my feet. I felt a vibration, a rhythmic, heavy thudding coming from deep within the rock of the bridge itself. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps were coming from below, and they were getting louder. The vibration didn't just rattle my teeth, it hummed in the marrow of my femurs. It was a dense, wet sound, the kind of thud a heavy boot makes when it's sinking into soft, saturated earth, except the surface beneath me was ostensibly solid stone. Elias stood perfectly still, his salt sphere eyes reflecting the turbulent violet of the clouds above. He looked like a statue left out in a storm, his uniform tattered into gray ribbons that didn't flutter, but hung heavy as if soaked in lead. "You died," I said, the words feeling thin and pathetic in the vastness of the bridge. "I saw you. I saw what they did to you in the rafters." Elias tilted his head. The movement was ratcheted, a series of micro-adjustments that lacked any fluid muscle memory. "They didn't do anything to me, Mats. They just used the parts that were available. You think a house cares if its nails used to be part of a different box. You think the architect cared about the name of the bolt." He took a step toward me. Thump. The stone beneath his boot didn't crack, it rippled. A circle of gray liquid radiated out from his heel before snapping back into solid form. "Miller said we were stopping it," I shouted, my voice cracking. I looked back at the wreckage of the second deck far below in the mist. The obsidian limbs of the architect were still, but they were beginning to dissolve, turning into a fine, dark silt that drifted upward. She said if we dropped the bridge, the people would go back. They'd wake up. She said it was over. Elias let out a sound that might have been a laugh if he still had lungs. It was the sound of a dry flue being opened. Miller is a creature of the middle ground. She understands the physics of the bridge, but she never understood the nature of the chasm. You can't stop a migration, Mats. You can only divert the traffic. You destroyed the high-rise. You shattered the highway. So where do you think the commuters go when the road is out? He gestured to the stone bridge, the ancient, weathered span that felt older than the concept of light. They take the back roads, he whispered. They take the paths that were here before the architect tried to pave the sky. This is the old way, the way of the footsteps. Thump thump. The sound was closer now. It wasn't just coming from the stone, it was coming from the air itself. It was a rhythmic, percussive pressure that felt like a giant heart beating against the exterior of my ribs. I looked at the wooden door at the end of the span. It was a jarring sight, a mundane piece of pine and brass standing in the middle of a cosmic void. It looked so heavy, so real, that it made the stone bridge feel like a hallucination. The knocking continued, steady and insistent. Knock, knock, knock. It wasn't the frantic pounding of someone trying to get out. It was the polite, terrifying summons of someone waiting to be let in. Who is at the door, Elias? The landlord, he said, the one who owned the property before the architect moved in. The one who doesn't care about geometry or load bearing. The one who only cares about the occupancy. I backed away from him, my boots scraping against the grit. My mind was racing, trying to find a tether, a logic I could use to navigate this new nightmare. Miller had been my North Star, even if she was a cold and manipulative one. Without her, without the flares and the copper coils and the certainties of structural chaos, I was just a man standing on a pier in the middle of an ocean of nothing. I need to go back, I said. There has to be a way back to the mine. The mine is gone, Mats. The salt collapsed. The desert swallowed the whole. You aren't in the earth anymore. You aren't even in the beyond. You're in the transit. Elias reached out a hand. His fingers were long and pale, the skin stretched so tight over the knuckles that the bone was visible. The third deck isn't a place you go to, it's a place that happens to you. Look down. I didn't want to. Every instinct told me to keep my eyes on the door, on the figure in the ranger's uniform, on the swirling violet clouds. But I looked. The stone bridge was changing. It wasn't turning into glass or wood, it was turning into memory. As I watched, the gray stone beneath my feet began to take on the texture of the carpet in my childhood bedroom. Then it shifted, becoming the cracked asphalt of the highway where I'd had my first car accident. It was a patchwork quilt of every surface I had ever walked upon. I saw the linoleum of the hospital where my mother died. I saw the dirt path behind the shack. I saw the cold metal floor of the elevator in the high-rise. The bridge was no longer a structure. It was a narrative, a physical manifestation of a life lived on the ground. The architect used people as materials, Elias said, his voice dropping to a low, melodic hum. But the old way uses people as the map. You are the bridge now, Mats. Every step you take creates the path for what's coming behind you. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my heels. I looked down and saw that my boots were gone. My bare feet were fused to a patch of wet, cold grass, the grass from the ridge where I'd stood as a pylon. I tried to lift my leg, but the grass held me. It wasn't growing around me, it was growing out of me. No, I gasped, I'm not doing this again. I'm not being a foundation. You don't have a choice, Elias said. He was closer now, though I hadn't seen him move. The salt spheres of his eyes were pulsing with a faint inner light. The footsteps from below, they're the echoes of everyone who ever fell, everyone the architect discarded. The waste of the second deck. They're climbing up, Mats. They're using your memories as a ladder. Thump. The bridge buckled. A section of the carpet stone a few yards away exploded upward, and a hand clawed its way through the surface. It wasn't a human hand. It was a mass of fused wedding rings and dental fillings, a clump of the most durable parts of 100 different people, welded together by the pressure of the abyss. Then another hand appeared, this one made of braided hair and hardened leather. They were hauling themselves out of the bridge. They were the processed who had been dropped when Miller pressed the button. They were the bolts and the beams, the shims and the struts, stripped of their geometric purpose and left with nothing but a blind, crawling hunger for up. "They're coming for the door," Elias said. He sounded almost envious. "They want to go back to the world, but they don't have bodies anymore. They only have the things they were turned into." The things began to swarm over the bridge. They moved with a horrific, clattering sound, like a bag of silverware being dragged over gravel. There were dozens of them, then hundreds. They ignored me at first, their eyeless heads, if you could call them heads, fixed on the wooden door at the end of the span. The knocking on the door grew louder, faster. Knock, 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 knock. "If they reach that door, Mats, they won't just go back to the desert," Elias warned. "They'll go back to everywhere. There'll be the rust in the pipes. There'll be the creak in the floorboards. There'll be the shadow under the bed that finally learns how to bite. They are the noise Miller talked about, but they've been given a shape." I felt the grass beneath my feet begin to spread. The green blades were creeping up my ankles, turning into the coarse, dry weeds of the high desert. I was being reclaimed. The bridge was eating me to stabilize itself for the swarm. "How do I stop them?" I yelled, kicking at the grass, tearing the skin of my shins as I fought to break free. "You can't stop them," Elias said, "but you can change the destination. You're the map maker. Think of somewhere else. Think of a place that doesn't have a door." I tried to focus. I tried to think of the void, of the violet clouds, of a place where nothing existed. But the pain was too much. The memory of the bridge was forcing images into my mind, the smell of rain on hot pavement, the sound of a radio in a distant room, the feeling of a hand on my shoulder. The swarm was halfway to the door. The lead creature, a jagged assembly of rebar and human vertebrae, reached the section of the bridge made of hospital linoleum and let out a piercing, metallic shriek. Then I saw her. Among the clattering monsters, one figure was moving differently. It was smaller, more fluid. It wasn't made of metal or bone. It was made of light, the same pale, flickering light as the flares Miller had used. It was Miller. But she wasn't on the bridge. She was under it. I saw her through a translucent patch of the bridge's surface, a section that looked like the ice on a frozen pond. She was suspended in the violet mist, her hands pressed against the underside of the span. She was screaming something, her face contorted, but no sound came through the ice. She was holding something, a canister, one of the violet flares. She wasn't trying to save me, she was trying to destroy the bridge. Again. She's going to drop the old way, I realized. "She's a fool," Elias said, his voice flickering. "You can't blow up a memory, you can only corrupt it." Miller ignited the flare. The violet light didn't explode, it bled. It seeped into the ice of the bridge, turning the memories into a distorted, melting mess. The hospital linoleum began to run like wax. The childhood carpet turned into a swamp of gray wool. The swarm of creatures faltered. Their limbs sank into the softening surface of the bridge. They shrieked in unison, a sound that tore through the violet clouds and made the very air vibrate with agony. The bridge began to tilt. "Matt." I looked up. The door at the end of the span was shaking. The wood was splintering. Whatever was on the other side was no longer knocking. It was kicking. Boom! The door flew off its hinges, disappearing into the void. But there was no room behind the door. There was no shack. There was no basement. There was only a giant, unblinking eye. It filled the entire frame of the doorway. It was a deep, bruised purple with a pupil that looked like a vertical slit in the fabric of the universe. It didn't look at the swarm. It didn't look at Elias. It looked at me. In that moment, the vitrification returned, but it wasn't glass this time. It wasn't wood. It was stone. I felt my heart turn into a pebble. I felt my lungs calcify into twin caverns of granite. My skin became cold, gray, and impenetrable. I wasn't a pylon. I wasn't a bolt. I was a gargoyle. The eye in the doorway blinked, and the force of it sent a gale-force wind across the bridge. The swarm of creatures was blown away like autumn leaves, screaming as they fell back into the abyss. Elias vanished, his salt body disintegrating into a cloud of white dust. Miller, beneath the bridge, was extinguished. The violet light of her flare died out, and I saw her fall, a tiny, dark speck lost in the churning clouds. I was alone on the tilting, melting bridge, staring into the eye of the landlord. "You have seen the blueprints," the voice said. It wasn't in my head. It was the sound of tectonic plates grinding together. The architect was a child playing with blocks. The eye moved closer, the doorway expanding to accommodate it. The stone bridge began to pull toward the eye like metal to a magnet. "I do not build bridges," the voice rumbled. "I am the destination." I felt the bridge snap. The section I was standing on broke free from the rest of the span. I was floating now, a stone man on a stone raft, drifting toward the giant purple pupil. As I approached the doorway, the vitrification reached my brain. My thoughts began to slow, turning into heavy, ponderous cycles of logic. I saw the world, the real world, the world of the desert and the high-rise, as a thin, fragile film stretched over the surface of a deep, dark well. I saw the footsteps. They weren't coming from above or below, they were coming from everywhere. Every time a heart beat, every time a clock ticked, every time a drop of rain hit the ground, that was a footstep. The entire universe was just a rhythmic march toward this single, unblinking eye. I reached the threshold of the door. The purple light was blinding now, a roar of color that drowned out the silence of the void. I looked back one last time. The bridge was gone, the second deck was gone, the beyond was gone. There was only the eye. And as I crossed the threshold, as the stone of my body began to crumble into the purple fire, I realized the truth. The footsteps weren't following me. I was the one making them. I took a step into the eye. Thump. The sound echoed through every floor of the high-rise. It rattled the windows of the shack. It shook the salt in the deep, dark mines. Somewhere in a room I had long since forgotten, a woman woke up on her floor. She had bruises on her arms and nightmares in her head. She looked at the ceiling and heard a heavy, rhythmic thudding coming from the apartment above. She reached for the phone, her fingers trembling. But there was no one to call. The ranger station was empty. The desert was silent. And the footsteps were getting louder. Thump, thump, thump. The woman's name was Sarah, though she had forgotten it for a few seconds upon waking. The linoleum against her cheek was cold, smelling faintly of lemon ammonia and old grease. Her apartment was small, a rectangular box in a complex that felt like it had been designed by someone who hated the concept of sunlight. Outside, the Nevada wind howled through the power lines, a lonely, scouring sound that usually acted as her white noise. But the wind wasn't what had woken her. Thump. It was a heavy, singular weight hitting the floorboards directly above her bed. It wasn't the sound of a neighbor dropping a book or a cat jumping from a dresser. It was the sound of a sandbag falling from a great height, dense, final, and vibrating with a resonance that made the water in the glass on her nightstand ripple in concentric circles. Sarah sat up, clutching the thin duvet to her chest. She looked at the ceiling. The popcorn texture was peeling in the corners, revealing the gray, water-stained drywall beneath. She waited, her breath held so tight it burned in her throat. Thump. It moved. It had taken a step. The sound traveled 6 feet to the left toward the kitchen area. Sarah reached for her phone. The screen stayed black. She tapped it, then held the power button, but the device was a dead slab of glass and rare earth minerals. She glanced at the microwave clock. Its green vacuum fluorescent display was dark. A power outage. That explained the silence of the refrigerator, but it didn't explain the weight above. Upstairs lived an elderly man named Mr. Henderson. He was a retired postal worker who walked with a cane and moved with the gingerly grace of someone whose bones were made of dry porcelain. He didn't make thumps, he made scuffles. He made the occasional clink of a tea saucer. Thump. The sound was now directly over her kitchen table. It was rhythmic, deliberate. It had a cadence that suggested a bipedal gait, but the sheer mass behind each impact was wrong. It felt as if the building's structural integrity was being tested with every stride. Sarah stood up, her bare feet cringing against the cold floor. She navigated by the pale, bruised moonlight filtering through the dusty blinds. She made her way to the front door, her intent to step out into the hallway and see if anyone else was awake, if the hallway lights were out, if the world still existed beyond her 4 walls. She reached for the doorknob. It was freezing, not just cold from the desert night, but unnaturally frigid, as if the brass had been dipped in liquid nitrogen. She pulled her hand back, a sharp sting of frost nip blooming on her palm. Through the thin wood of her apartment door, she heard a different sound. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was coming from the hallway. It sounded like someone was dragging a heavy, serrated blade along the floral wallpaper. It was accompanied by a wet, rhythmic wheezing, like a punctured lung trying to find a rhythm. Mr. Henderson, she whispered, her voice a dry rasp. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. The wind outside seemed to have died. The hum of the distant highway was gone. Even the blood rushing in her ears seemed to have slowed to a sluggish, thick crawl. Then, from directly behind her, in the center of her own darkened living room, came the sound. Thump. Sarah spun around. The room was empty. The moonlight hit the moth-eaten sofa and the stack of unopened mail on the coffee table. There was no one there. But on the beige carpet in the center of the room, there was a depression. A deep, heavy footprint, as if an invisible statue was standing there. As she watched, the carpet fibers didn't spring back. They stayed crushed, and a faint, violet frost began to bloom around the edges of the phantom print. Thump. Another footprint appeared 3 feet closer to her. The floorboards groaned, a shriek of tortured timber that sounded like a human scream caught in a throat of wood. Sarah backed against the door, her frozen palm stinging. "Who's there?" The air in the room began to change. It grew thick with the smell of ozone and old, wet salt. The violet frost on the carpet began to spread, climbing the legs of the coffee table, turning the wood into something that looked like translucent purple glass. Thump. The invisible weight was now 5 feet away. The air began to shimmer, a heat-hazed distortion that twisted the geometry of her living room. Within the distortion, she saw a flicker of something, a gray, stony texture, the curve of a shoulder made of granite, the glint of a salt sphere eye. "Mats," she breathed. The name came from nowhere. She didn't know a Mats. She didn't know anyone who lived in the desert or worked in a mine. But the name felt like a physical object in her mouth, a stone she had been carrying under her tongue for a lifetime. The distortion solidified. For a fraction of a second, a man stood in her living room. He was tall, his skin the color of a thundercloud, his clothes tattered and fused to his body like ancient bandages. He looked less like a human and more like a pillar that had been carved into the shape of a man and then weathered by 1,000 years of sandstorms. He didn't look at her, he looked at the ceiling. "The third deck," he whispered. His voice didn't come from his throat. It vibrated out of the walls, out of the floor, out of the very marrow of Sarah's bones. "It's not a place, Sarah, it's a direction." He raised a stone hand and pointed upward. Sarah looked up. The ceiling of her apartment was no longer drywall and popcorn texture. It was becoming transparent, like a sheet of ice melting in reverse. She saw through the floor of Mr. Henderson's apartment. She saw the old man's recliner, his television, his stacks of National Geographic, but he wasn't there. Instead, the space above her was filled with a vast, obsidian structure. It was a bridge of impossible proportions, constructed from what looked like frozen shadows and the compressed souls of 1,000,000 commuters. It stretched out into a violet void that replaced the sky. And on that bridge she saw them. 1,000 figures, all in ranger uniforms, all with salt sphere eyes, walking in a perfect rhythmic line. Thump, thump, thump. They weren't walking across the bridge, they were walking down it. The bridge was tilted at a 45-degree angle, a slide of cosmic proportions that aimed directly at the roof of her apartment building. "They're coming home," the stone man said. His body was beginning to crack, thin lines of violet light leaking from his joints. The architect failed. The superhighway fell. But the old way always finds a landing strip. "What do they want?" Sarah cried, ducking as a piece of her ceiling flaked off, turning into a shower of purple sparks before it hit the floor. "Occupancy," the man said. The door to her apartment, the one she was leaning against, began to shake. The freezing doorknob turned. Sarah scrambled away, tripping over her sofa as the door swung open. Standing in the hallway wasn't a monster. It wasn't a creature of salt or stone. It was a little girl. She couldn't have been more than 6 years old. She wore a yellow raincoat that looked brand new, despite the fact that it hadn't rained in this part of Nevada for months. Her face was obscured by the shadow of her hood, but when she stepped into the light of the violet frost, Sarah saw her eyes. They were 2 smooth, polished spheres of salt. The girl held out a hand. In her palm was a small copper coil humming with a low, frantic frequency. "The bridge is full," the girl said. Her voice was a perfect mimicry of Sarah's own voice, but filtered through a long, metallic pipe. "We need more room. We need more foundations." The stone man in the living room let out a low, mourning sound. He began to dissolve, his granite form turning into a fine, gray silt that swirled toward the girl in the yellow raincoat. "Don't let her in, Sarah," the man's voice echoed, fading into the ozone smell. "The footsteps, they don't stop at the door, they go all the way down." Sarah backed into the kitchen, her hands fumbling behind her for a knife, a heavy pot, anything. Her fingers closed around a cast-iron skillet. The girl in the yellow raincoat took a step into the apartment. Thump. The sound was deafening. It cracked the linoleum. It shattered the windows. The glass didn't fall to the ground. It drifted upward, caught in the gravitational pull of the violet bridge visible through the ceiling. "Who are you?" Sarah screamed, swinging the skillet. The girl didn't flinch. The heavy iron passed right through her, as if she were made of smoke. But where the skillet hit, the air rippled, and Sarah saw a glimpse of what was inside the yellow raincoat. It wasn't a child, it was a collection of gears, salt crystals, and human finger bones, all held together by a pulsing, violet light. It was a construct, a bridge builder. "I am the foreman," the girl thing said, "and you are the property line." The girl reached out and touched Sarah's forehead. The world didn't go black, it went violet. Sarah felt her consciousness expand, stretching out like a wire being pulled thin. She felt the apartment building beneath her, the desert sand beneath the building, the salt mines deep beneath the sand. She felt every person in the complex, Mr. Henderson, the young couple in 2B, the woman with the crying baby in 4C. She felt them all turn into stone. She felt their memories being harvested, stripped away like bark from a tree to provide the texture for the bridge. She felt the noise of their lives being compressed into the rhythmic, heavy thudding of 1,000 footsteps. She was no longer Sarah. She was a pylon. She was a structural necessity. High above the desert, the violet bridge solidified. It no longer looked like shadows. It looked like the apartment complex stretched out into a long, horrifying ribbon of architecture. The windows of the building became the railings. The doors became the planks. The figures in the ranger uniforms began to march across the new span. They weren't heading for a doorway anymore. They were heading for the world. And at the very front of the line, leading the migration, was a figure that looked remarkably like a man who had once been a ranger named Miller, or perhaps a man named Elias, or perhaps a man who had once stood on a bridge and watched an eye blink. He took a step. Thump. The sound echoed across the Nevada basin. It was heard by the truckers on I-15. It was heard by the hikers in the Red Rocks. It was heard by the children in their beds in Las Vegas. They all looked up at the sky. They didn't see the violet clouds or the obsidian bridge. They saw nothing but the stars. But they felt the vibration. They felt the rhythmic, heavy thudding in the marrow of their bones. The footsteps weren't coming from the sky. They weren't coming from the earth. They were coming from inside the rhythm of their own hearts. On the bridge, the stone man who had once been Matt stood at the edge of the abyss. He watched the world below, the flickering lights of civilization, the fragile beauty of a planet that didn't know it had been rezoned. He looked at his hands. They were no longer stone. They were made of the same yellow material as the girl's raincoat. He was the foreman now, and he had a lot of work to do. "The third deck is open," he whispered to the void. Behind him, 1,000 voices answered, not in a chant, but in a simple, rhythmic acknowledgement. Thump, thump, thump. The migration had begun, and the bridge was only the beginning. In the ruins of the shack back at the mine, a single copper coil began to glow. It hummed a low, mournful tune, a funeral dirge for a world that was about to become a highway. The salt in the mines began to rise, defying gravity, flowing upward through the cracks in the earth like a white, silent tide. It wasn't looking for a hole, it was looking for a shape. It was looking for a footstep to fill. The salt did not merely rise, it drifted with a predatory intent, swirling into the skeletal remains of the mining equipment like iron filings to a magnet. It coated the rusted gears of the headframe, filling the pits of corrosion until the metal looked like it had been cast from frosted glass. The hum from the copper coil in the shack grew into a physical vibration, a frequency so specific it began to shatter the remaining window panes in the valley, the glass shards hanging suspended in the air as if the atmosphere itself had turned to gelatin. Inside the apartment complex, the transformation was silent and total. Sarah, or the entity that inhabited the space where Sarah's consciousness had once flickered, stood perfectly still in the center of the kitchen. Her skin had taken on the matte, light-absorbing quality of industrial grout. She was no longer breathing because the air in the room was no longer composed of oxygen and nitrogen. It was a pressurized vapor of pulverized marble and ancient, dried seawater. The girl in the yellow raincoat, the foreman, walked past her toward the balcony. With a casual, practiced motion, she pushed through the sliding glass door. The glass didn't break, it simply dissolved into a fine mist of violet sparks, allowing the desert air to rush in. But the air was wrong. It didn't smell of sagebrush or dry heat. It smelled of the deep, cold dampness of a cellar that had been sealed for 10,000 years. "The survey is complete," the girl said, her voice echoing not from her mouth but from the structural beams of the building. "The easement has been granted." From the balcony, the view of Nevada had been replaced by a vertical nightmare. The horizon had folded upward, the desert floor now a distant, blurry wall to the left, while the sky had become a solid floor of obsidian to the right. The apartment building was no longer a terrestrial structure. It was a massive, cantilevered bracket jutting out into a gulf of violet fog. Above them, the bridge hummed. It was a sound of immense tension, like a violin string stretched across a continent. The ranger figures were no longer just silhouettes. They were becoming more distinct as they descended the incline toward the apartment bracket. Their uniforms were scorched, their faces worn down to smooth, featureless plains of gray stone, but their movements were synchronized with a terrifying, mechanical precision. Thump! The lead ranger reached the threshold where the bridge met the roof of the complex. As his boot, a heavy, square-toed thing made of solidified soot, struck the gravel of the rooftop, the entire building groaned. The sound was a symphony of architectural failure, rebar snapping like dry twigs, concrete pulverizing into dust, pipes bursting and spraying a thick, violet ichor that defied gravity, flowing upward toward the bridge. In apartment 4C, the woman who had been holding a crying baby looked down and saw that the child was no longer flesh. The infant had become a perfectly carved statue of translucent quartz. She didn't scream. She couldn't. Her jaw had already vitrified, her teeth fusing into a single, solid ridge of calcium. She simply sat there, a decorative corbel in the new geometry, as the ceiling above her peeled back to reveal the underside of the great transitway. The man who had been Matt's, the one now wearing the yellow slicker of authority, walked along the edge of the abyss. He felt the memories of the building's inhabitants flowing through him like data through a fiber optic cable. He felt the heartbreak of a breakup in 3A, the boredom of a Sunday afternoon in 5F, the terror of Sarah's final moments. To the landlord, these weren't lives, they were texture. They were the grit that provided traction on the surface of the infinite. "Why the desert?" he asked, the thought vibrating through the violet fog. The answer came not in words, but in a sudden, blinding flash of the eye. The landlord was no longer a distant entity in a doorway. The doorway was the world now. The purple pupil occupied the entire zenith, a sun that did not give heat, only weight. The desert is the only place where the bonasare close to the surface, the voice rumbled, shaking the very atoms of the stone man's being. The city's are too loud, too much organic interference here. The silence is fertile. Mats looked down. Far below the hanging bracket of the apartment complex, he saw the ranger station. It looked like a child's toy discarded in a sandbox, but it was changing too. The sand around it was vitrifying, turning into a vast, smooth mirror that reflected the purple eye above. The mirror was growing, expanding in a perfect circle, vaporizing the scrub brush and the Joshua trees. It was a lens. The landlord wasn't just building a bridge to get somewhere. The landlord was building a telescope. The bridge was the gantry, the repurposed humans were the scaffolding, the desert was the glass. "What are you looking for?" Mats whispered. The girl in the yellow raincoat appeared beside him. She looked out over the growing mirror of the desert. "The architect," she said, "the one who ran away. He left the blueprints unfinished. He left the doors unlocked. He left the creatures of the salt to starve in the dark." She pointed toward the horizon where the mirror met the folded-up wall of the old world. "He is hiding in the small things, in the heartbeats, in the clocks, in the rain. We are building the path to find him and bring him back to the drawing board. The bridge must be finished. The second deck must be supported. The third deck must be inhabited." A new sound began to rise from the desert floor. It wasn't a thump. It was a high-pitched metallic shriek. The mirror was cracking. From the fissures, massive pillars of salt began to erupt, rising miles into the air in seconds. They were the piers for the next section of the bridge. They aimed for the cities. They aimed for the places where the organic interference was thickest. One of the salt pillars erupted directly beneath the high-rise. The building was lifted, tilted, and fused into the side of the pillar. The people inside, the statues, were now part of a vertical tomb, their sightless eyes staring out at the violet void. Sarah's apartment was now slanted at a 60-degree angle. The furniture had piled up against the far wall, fused together into a jagged cairn of wood and fabric. The stone Sarah stood among the wreckage, her arm outstretched, her fingers still clutching the air where the skillet had been. The lead ranger entered the room. He didn't use the door. He stepped through the wall as if the molecules of the stone were a curtain. He walked up the slanted floor with the ease of someone walking on level ground. He stopped in front of the stone Sarah. He reached out and touched the copper coil that was now embedded in her chest, pulsing with a faint, dying light. "Transfer," the ranger said. The light left Sarah. It flowed into the ranger's hand, traveling up his arm and into his salt sphere eyes. For a moment, the ranger's face flickered. The stone smoothed out, and for a heartbeat, he looked like Miller. He looked like the woman who had fallen into the clouds, her face full of a sudden, terrible recognition. "Mats," the Miller thing whispered. "Miller," Mats replied, his voice a grinding of tectonic plates. "The bridge," she said, her voice fading as the salt reasserted its control. "It goes both ways. It doesn't just lead here, it leads back." "Back where?" But the Miller identity was gone, submerged under the weight of the landlord's will. The ranger straightened, his eyes turning back into opaque spheres of white salt. He turned and walked back toward the balcony, his footsteps heavy and rhythmic. "Thumpe, thumpe." Mats felt a surge of something that shouldn't have been possible for a stone man. It wasn't hope. Hope was a biological luxury. It was a logical anomaly. If the bridge went back, if the real world was just a film over the well, then the film could be broken from the other side. He looked at the girl in the yellow raincoat. She was watching the salt pillars march across the desert toward the distant lights of Las Vegas. Each pillar was a nail being driven into the coffin of the world. "The architect isn't hiding," Matt said. The girl turned her hooded head toward him. "Explain." "He didn't run away," Matt said, the logic cycles in his brain spinning at a furious pace. "He didn't leave the blueprints unfinished because he was a child playing with blocks. He left them unfinished because he realized what the destination was. He didn't build the bridge to get to the landlord. He built the bridge to keep the landlord away." The violet light of the eye pulsed, a surge of irritation that made the salt pillars tremble. "The destination is inevitable," the voice boomed. "No," Matt said, and he felt the stone of his legs begin to crumble. He was resisting the vitrification of his mind, forcing the heavy, ponderous logic back into the chaotic, messy patterns of a human thought. The footsteps, the thump, it's not just a walk, it's a heartbeat. And a heartbeat only works if it has a rhythm of two. Lub-dub, lub-dub. He pointed to the bridge. "You only have the thump. You only have the downbeat. You're missing the other half. You're missing the up." The girl in the yellow raincoat tilted her head. "The up is a fallacy. There is only the fall. There is only the weight." "Then why did you need Sarah?" Mats asked. "Why did you need the people in the building? If you are the destination, why do you need the passengers?" The girl didn't answer. The violet fog began to swirl around her, thickening into a defensive shroud. "You need us because we're the only things that can move without being pushed," Matt said, his voice rising, shedding the sound of grinding stone and becoming something closer to a human shout. "You're a statue, landlord. You're a giant, unblinking eye that can't even look away from itself. You don't build bridges, we do. And if we can build them, we can tear them down." Mats lunged. He didn't go for the girl. He went for the copper coil that was still humming in the stone Sarah's chest. His stone fingers, clumsy and heavy, closed around the wire. The frequency was a physical pain, a scream of pure energy that threatened to shatter his hands. He didn't pull it out. He pushed it in. He jammed the coil deeper into the stone Sarah, into the structural heart of the pylon she had become. He poured every remaining shred of his own identity, the memory of the desert wind, the smell of the high-rise hallway, the sound of Miller's laugh into the frequency. He wasn't trying to save her. He was trying to overload the circuit. The copper coil didn't just hum, it began to shriek. The violet light in Sarah's chest turned white, a hot, blinding magnesium white that burned through the salt and the stone. The resonance hit the building. The pylon Sarah shattered, but she didn't turn to dust. She turned into a shockwave. The vibration traveled up the salt pillar, hitting the bridge with the force of an earthquake. The ranger figures stumbled. Their perfect rhythmic march was broken. The synchronization was gone. Thump thump, th thump. The cadence was irregular, it was chaotic, it was human. The bridge began to ripple. The obsidian surface, once as hard as diamond, turned into something fluid like dark water. The rangers began to sink into it, their stone bodies too heavy for the liquid shadow. The landlord's eye dilated, the purple pupil expanding until it swallowed the entire doorway. A roar of tectonic fury shook the void, a sound of a god realizing it was being evicted. The second deck, the girl in the yellow raincoat screamed, her voice finally breaking into 1,000 different tones. The second deck is collapsing. Good, Matt said. He felt his own body breaking apart, the white light from the coil consuming him. He looked at the girl. Her yellow raincoat was shredding, revealing the gears and finger bones beneath. Tell the landlord, the lease is up. The salt pillar beneath the apartment building exploded. The high-rise fell. It didn't fall toward the desert, it fell toward the eye. It became a massive, concrete spear aimed directly at the center of the purple pupil. Mats was part of the spear. He was the tip of the bolt. As he hurtled toward the eye, the world of the desert and the high-rise flickered back into view. He saw the ranger station. He saw the empty desert. He saw the woman waking up on her floor. She wasn't Sarah, she was just a woman, and she was reaching for her phone. The phone lit up. The power came back on. The microwave clock began to blink 12:00. In that final microsecond before the spear hit the eye, Matt saw the truth of the footsteps. They weren't a march toward a destination. They were a countdown. And the clock had just hit 0. The collision didn't make a sound. It made a silence so profound that it felt like the universe had held its breath. Then the purple light vanished. The bridge vanished. The rangers, the salt pillars, the violet fog, all of it was sucked into the collapsing pupil of the landlord, a cosmic drain plug being pulled. The desert was dark, the wind was cold, the stars were just stars. In apartment 4C, a baby began to cry. The woman holding him blinked, her jaw no longer stiff, her teeth no longer fused. She looked around her room, confused by a lingering smell of ozone and wet salt, but the ceiling was just popcorn texture and the floor was just carpet. Downstairs in the apartment that had belonged to Sarah, the front door was closed. The doorknob was warm. There was no frost on the carpet. But in the center of the room, there was a single heavy skillet lying on the floor. It was made of cast iron, but it was cold, colder than the desert night. And if you looked closely at the handle, you could see the faint, etched outline of a stone thumbprint. Outside in the vast, empty Nevada night, a man stood by the side of the highway. He was wearing a tattered ranger uniform, but his eyes were brown, not salt. He looked at the stars for a long time, his breath hitching in his chest. He didn't know his name. He didn't know how he had gotten there. He only knew that his feet hurt, as if he had walked 1,000 miles on a road that didn't exist. He took a step toward the distant lights of the city. Thump. It was just a footstep, a normal human footstep on asphalt. He took another. Thump. He smiled. It was a good sound. It was the sound of someone going home. But deep beneath the earth, in the dark, silent galleries of the salt mines, a single copper coil lay in the dust. It wasn't glowing. It wasn't humming. But it was waiting. Because the landlord didn't build bridges, he was the destination. And the destination never moves. It only waits for the next traveler to lose their way. Far above in the apartment complex, the woman reached the ranger station on her phone. "Hello," she said, her voice trembling. I think there's someone in the apartment above me. I hear footsteps." "We'll send someone over," the voice on the other end said. It was a calm, professional voice, a voice that belonged to a world of logic and law. "Thank you," the woman said. She hung up and looked at the ceiling. Thump. She froze. The sound hadn't come from above. It had come from the floor beneath her feet. The footsteps weren't following her. They weren't leading her. They were building the next deck. The woman in 4C, whose name was Alina, did not move. She sat on the edge of her bed, clutching her newborn so tightly the child let out a thin, reedy protest. The sound of the footstep hadn't been a vibration through the joists or a rattle in the vents. It had been an internal sound, a rhythmic pulse that felt as if the floorboards were suddenly made of skin and a giant heart was beating beneath the shag carpet. She looked down. The beige nylon fibers of the carpet were shimmering. They weren't changing color so much as they were changing state, turning from synthetic fabric into something organic and translucent, like the cilia of a deep-sea organism. "Not again," she whispered, though she had no memory of it before. The trauma of the vitrification had been scrubbed from her conscious mind by the landlord's retreat, leaving only a jagged, raw hole where her sense of safety used to be. Beneath her, the building was breathing. The man in the tattered ranger uniform, the one who had been Miller, or perhaps a composite of everyone the bridge had ever swallowed, stopped on the shoulder of Highway 95. He looked back at the apartment complex. From this distance, it looked like a tombstone illuminated by the sickly orange glow of sodium vapor streetlights. But as he watched, the perspective shifted. The building didn't seem to sit on the desert floor anymore. It seemed to be hovering a fraction of an inch above the sand, supported by a shimmering heat haze that shouldn't exist in the cold Nevada night. He felt the copper coil in his mind. It wasn't physically there, but the frequency remained, a phantom limb of sound. He could hear the conversation in 4C. He could hear the dial tone in the manager's office. He could hear the way the molecules of the building were being rearranged. The landlord hadn't been defeated. He had been partitioned. Like a hard drive crashing and remapping its sectors, the entity had simply moved the bridge into a different layer of reality, the second deck. "Mats," the man whispered. He remembered a name. He remembered a hand made of stone. He remembered a sacrifice. But the desert didn't answer. The desert only hissed as the wind kicked up a fine, white dust, not sand, but pulverized salt. Inside the building, the transition was accelerating. It was no longer a matter of stone and violet light. This was a biological architectural takeover. In the hallway of the third floor, the wallpaper was peeling back to reveal layers of weeping pink marble that looked suspiciously like muscle tissue. The fire extinguishers were hardening into calcified cysts. The architect the girl in the yellow raincoat had spoken of had left the blueprints unfinished, but the landlord was a master of improvisation. If he couldn't have a bridge of stone, he would build one of nerves. In the basement, near the humming electrical breakers, the girl in the yellow raincoat stood perfectly still. Her hood was pushed back now. Her face was a terrifying mosaic of everyone who had ever died in the desert. A patch of sun-leathery skin here, a bright blue eye there, a mouth that belonged to a silver prospector from 1894. "The easement is occupied," she said to the darkness. From the shadows of the boiler room, a figure emerged. It wasn't a ranger. It was a man in a suit, his clothes perfectly pressed, his face a smooth, featureless mask of porcelain. He carried a clipboard made of human bone. "The structural integrity of the human element is disappointing," the man in the suit said. His voice was the sound of a dry leaf skittering across a grave. "They break under the tension. They ossify too quickly. We need more flex in the third deck." "Then we use the children," the girl said. "Their bones are still green. They can bend into the arches. They can hold the weight of the sky without snapping." The man in the suit nodded, a jerky, mechanical movement. He made a note on his clipboard with a stylus that bled black ink. "The woman in 4C has a specimen, a fresh one, unformatted." They began to walk toward the elevator. They didn't push the button. The elevator doors simply tore open like a wound, revealing a shaft filled not with cables and pulleys, but with a vertical forest of pulsing, violet veins. Upstairs, Elena felt the temperature drop. She grabbed a blanket and wrapped it around the baby, but the blanket felt wrong. It was heavy, damp, and smelled of the sea. She looked at it and saw that the wool had turned into a thick mat of kelp, dripping with a cold, briny ichor. She ran for the door. She didn't care about her phone or her purse. She just needed to get out of the building. When she reached the hallway, she stopped. The hallway was no longer 20 feet long. It stretched into an infinite perspective, the doors of the other apartments receding into a pinprick of light miles away. The floor was slanted upward at an impossible angle, and the walls were lined with the ranger figures. They weren't moving. They were built into the walls, their stone shoulders acting as the corbels for a ceiling that was now made of a swirling, dark liquid. It was the obsidian sky of the bridge brought indoors. Thump! The sound came from behind her. She turned and saw the lead ranger. He was taller than before, his body elongated, his limbs spindly and multi-jointed. His face was still a smooth plane of gray stone, but a single violet eye had opened in the center of his forehead. "The survey requires your participation," the ranger said. Elena backed away, her heels clicking on the floor, a floor that was rapidly turning into the same solidified soot that made up the bridge. "Stay away from me. I called the police. They're coming." "The police are part of the infrastructure," the ranger replied. "They provide the perimeter. They are the fence. You are the load-bearing wall." He reached out a hand. His fingers didn't touch her. They touched the air in front of her, and the air crystallized. A sheet of transparent quartz formed between them, trapping Elena in a narrow, vertical cage. She slammed her fist against the quartz. It didn't break. It hummed with the same frequency as the copper coil. "The baby," she sobbed. "Please just let me put him down." "The child is the keystone," the ranger said. "He will be placed at the apex of the arch. He will see the architect before we do. He will be the first to blink." The ranger began to walk up the slanted hallway. his boots making that terrible rhythmic thump. With every step, the building groaned and shifted. Outside, the residents of the nearby trailers and ranch houses woke up to the sound of a low-frequency vibration that made their teeth ache. They looked out their windows and saw the apartment complex glowing with a soft, bioluminescent violet light. It wasn't a building anymore. It was a lure. The man on the highway, the one who had been Miller, felt the pull. It was a magnetic tug on the base of his skull. He knew that if he walked away now, if he just kept heading toward the city, he might survive. He might find a life in the organic interference of the crowds. But he looked at his hands. They were still tinged with the gray of the salt. He wasn't human anymore, not entirely. He was a piece of the bridge that had broken off, a sentient splinter. "Mats didn't finish it," he whispered. He realized then that Mats hadn't destroyed the bridge. He had only disrupted the frequency long enough to create a leak. The light that had consumed Mats hadn't been an explosion. It had been a doorway. And if the landlord could use a doorway to come into this world, then Miller could use it to go into his. He turned around and began to run back toward the glowing tower. As he ran, the desert began to change. The Joshua trees didn't just stand there, they began to march. Their twisted limbs straightened, their needles turning into sharp, metallic spikes. They lined the highway like a guard of honor, their movements synchronized with the thump of the building. The landlord was expanding the easement. The apartment was just the anchor point. The entire valley was being repurposed. Miller reached the perimeter of the complex. The police were already there, but they weren't the men in tan uniforms he remembered. They were silhouettes of blue and red light, their cars not vehicles but pulsating organs of authority. They didn't stop him. They didn't even see him. He was the same frequency as the bridge now. He was part of the static. He entered the lobby. The glass doors were gone, replaced by a membrane of shimmering violet film. He stepped through. The air inside was thick with the smell of wet marble and ancient dust. He saw the girl in the yellow raincoat standing by the elevator. She looked at him, and for a moment the mosaic of her face shifted, revealing a flicker of Sarah's eyes, then Mats's mouth. "You came back," she said. "The bridge always calls its own." "I didn't come back for the bridge," Miller said. He felt the weight of the stone in his heart, but he forced his voice to stay steady. "I came back for the architect." The girl laughed, a sound like glass breaking in a vacuum. "The architect is a myth, a story we tell the pylons to keep them from crumbling. There is only the landlord, there is only the rent." "Then why are you looking for him?" Miller asked. He stepped closer, his boots silent on the fleshy floor. "If he's a myth, why are you building a telescope out of people to find him?" The girl's face contorted. The violet light in the elevator shaft flared, casting long, distorted shadows against the walls of weeping marble. "Because the landlord is hungry. He has eaten the salt. He has eaten the silence. But he cannot eat the up. He cannot reach the things that don't have weight." She pointed upward toward the ceiling that was no longer a ceiling. "The architect lives in the light that doesn't cast a shadow. We will find him. We will bring him down. We will make him heavy." Miller looked up. High above, in the geometry of the second deck, he saw the quartz cage holding Elena and her baby. They were being hoisted toward the apex of a massive arch made of fused human forms, the residents of the building, their bodies stretched and woven together like the strands of a cable. The baby wasn't crying anymore. The The child was glowing with a soft, golden light that was the exact opposite of the landlord's violet glare. It was the up. "He's not a myth," Miller said, and he felt a sudden, sharp clarity. "The baby, that's why you need the children. They haven't been weighted down yet. They're still connected to the one who ran away." The girl screamed a high, metallic shriek that echoed through the structural beams of the building. "Seize him. He is a defect. He is a structural flaw." The ranger figures in the walls began to peel themselves out of the stone. They moved with a jerky, stop-motion gait, their heavy boots striking the floor in a chaotic, thundering rhythm. Thump, 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 thump. Miller didn't fight them. He knew he couldn't win a battle of strength against the landlord's scaffolding. Instead, he closed his eyes and searched for the frequency. He searched for the other half of the heartbeat that Mats had spoken of. He found it in the baby's light. It wasn't a sound, it was a silence. A specific, resonant silence that existed between the thumps. He focused on that silence, he expanded it. He let it fill his lungs, his mind, the hollow spaces where his memories used to be. The rangers slowed down. Their movements became sluggish, as if they were moving through thick syrup. The violet light in the room began to dim, suppressed by the expanding void of Miller's silence. "What are you doing?" the girl hissed, her yellow raincoat fluttering in a wind that came from nowhere. "You are breaking the lease. You are trespassing." "I'm not trespassing," Miller said, his voice sounding as if it were coming from a great distance. "I'm just moving out." He reached out and touched the wall. His fingers didn't sink into the marble, they passed through it. The building was becoming translucent, losing its grip on the physical world. He saw the desert through the walls, he saw the stars, and he saw something else, a vast, shimmering ladder made of pure, weightless light descending from the zenith toward the baby's golden glow. The architect wasn't hiding. He was waiting for a signal. The landlord's eye opened in the floor, a massive, swirling vortex of purple rage. The voice rumbled, shaking the foundations of the earth. "No, Bonas must remain. The weight must be born." The floor beneath Miller's feet gave way. He began to fall into the purple pupil, into the infinite well of the landlord's hunger. But as he fell, he grabbed the golden thread of the baby's light. He wasn't falling down. Because in the architecture of the up there is no down, there is only the release of tension. The apartment building shuddered one last time. A massive white flash erupted from the center of the complex, a pillar of light that shot miles into the atmosphere, piercing the violet fog and shattering the obsidian bridge. The sound was like a billion violin strings snapping at once. Then there was nothing. When the sun rose over the Nevada desert the next morning, the apartment complex was gone. In its place was a perfect circular depression in the sand, lined with a thin layer of white salt. There were no bodies, no wreckage, no copper coils. 10 miles away, a woman sat on the side of the highway, cradling a baby wrapped in a tattered yellow raincoat. She didn't know how she had gotten there. She didn't remember the bridge or the eye or the stone men. She only remembered a man with brown eyes who had told her to keep climbing. She looked down at her child. The baby was sleeping peacefully, but his skin had a faint golden luster that didn't fade. even in the harsh light of the desert sun. In her pocket, she found a small piece of quartz. It was shaped like a human thumbprint. She stood up and began to walk toward the city. Behind her, in the center of the salt circle, the air shimmered for a second. A single, rhythmic sound echoed across the empty flats. Thump. But it wasn't a footstep. It was a heartbeat. And for the first time in 10,000 years, it was followed by another. Dub. The bridge was closed, but the road was finally open. The silence that followed the heartbeat was not the empty, sucking void of the landlord's hunger. It was a dense, fertile quiet, the kind that exists in the second before a thunderstorm breaks or a lung pulls in its first breath of mountain air. Elena walked away from the salt circle, her legs moving with a mechanical precision she didn't feel. The yellow raincoat wrapped around the infant was cold to the touch, yet it radiated a subtle, rhythmic warmth against her chest. Every few hundred yards, she felt a phantom vibration in the soles of her feet, a lingering echo of the second deck trying to find its purchase on the physical world. The desert was reclaiming the space where the building had stood. Scrub brush, previously withered and gray, seemed to pulse with a sudden, aggressive green. The sand was shifting, filling in the circular depression not by the whim of the wind, but with a deliberate, flowing motion, as if the earth were scabbing over a wound. She didn't look back. She knew instinctively that if she turned her head, she might see the transition, the moment where the shimmering air solidified into something else. The landlord was a creature of observation. To look at his works was to give them weight, to anchor them in the reality of the observer. Miller had told her to keep climbing, and even though there were no more stairs, no more slanted hallways of weeping marble, the ascent continued in her mind. A mile down the road, a dark shape sat idling on the shoulder of the highway. It was a vehicle, its headlights cutting weak yellow swaths through the dawn haze. As Alina approached, the driver's side door creaked open. A man stepped out. He wore the tan uniform of a Nevada state trooper, but the fabric was frayed, bleached nearly white by a sun that hadn't yet risen. Alina stopped, clutching the baby tighter. The memory of the police back at the complex, those silhouettes of flickering blue and red light, flashed through her mind like a migraine. "Ma'am," the officer said. His voice was rough, like gravel turning in a drum. He didn't move toward her. He stayed by the door of his cruiser, his hands visible and empty. "You look like you've walked a long way." Alina stared at his face. It wasn't a mask of porcelain. It was lined with age, sweat, and the broken capillaries of a man who spent too much time in the wind. He looked exhausted. He looked real. "The building," she managed to say. Her throat felt as if she had swallowed a handful of the landlord's salt. "It's gone." The officer looked past her toward the horizon where the salt circle lay hidden by the rise of the dunes. He didn't look surprised. He looked relieved, the way a man might look when a chronic toothache finally stops throbbing. "I know," he said softly. "The calls stopped about 20 minutes ago, all at once. Just static and then nothing. My name's Holloway. I was supposed to be part of the perimeter." "The perimeter," Alina repeated, the word tasting of copper. The ranger said the police were the fence. Holloway winced. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and then shoved them back in without taking one. "They've been using us for a long time, Alina. Not just tonight, not just this year, that stretch of 95. It's been heavy since before I was a rookie. We just thought it was the heat. We thought it was the isolation. We didn't know we were the ones holding the corners of the rug down so they could walk under it." He gestured toward the passenger seat. "Get in. The heater works mostly." Alina hesitated, then saw the way the baby's golden glow was beginning to dim, settling into a soft, natural pinkness. The raincoat was losing its luster, turning back into ordinary, cheap plastic. The up was retreating, leaving them behind in the world of gravity and grit. She climbed into the car. The interior smelled of stale coffee and old upholstery. It was the most beautiful smell she had ever encountered. Holloway put the car in gear and began to drive away from the sight of the vanished bridge. "Where are we going?" she asked. "As far as the gas takes us," Holloway said. "The landlord, he doesn't like moving water. He doesn't like places where things change too fast. We're going toward the coast. I've got a sister in Oregon. There's enough rain there to wash the salt off anything." As they drove, Alina looked out the side window. In the distance, she saw a figure standing on a ridge. It was a man in a tattered ranger uniform. He wasn't moving. He stood like a monument, his gray stone skin catching the first true rays of the sun. He wasn't a threat anymore. He was a remnant, a piece of the scaffolding left behind when the construction crew moved on. She thought of Miller. She thought of the way his hand had felt, not like stone, but like a promise. He had fallen into the eye so that she could walk onto the asphalt. "Is it over?" she asked. Holloway didn't answer immediately. He adjusted the rearview mirror, his eyes tracking the horizon. For that bridge, yes, but the architect and the landlord, they've been litigating this territory since the first fire was lit in a cave. They'll find another easement, another structure with a flaw in the foundation, but for now, the rent is paid. They passed a sign, LAS Vegas 90 miles. Beneath the sign, a small pile of stones had been stacked with unnatural precision. Atop the pile sat a single rusted copper coil. As the cruiser sped past, the wind from its passage knocked the coil to the ground. It didn't bounce. It hit the sand with a heavy metallic thump. Inside the car, the baby stirred. He opened his eyes, clear, deep, and startlingly blue. He looked at the ceiling of the car, then out at the expanding sky. He didn't cry. He reached out a small, chubby hand and gripped Alina's thumb. His grip was strong. It was the grip of someone who intended to hold on to the world. Back at the salt circle, the transition was complete. The depression in the sand was gone. There was only a flat, unremarkable stretch of desert. A coyote trotted across the space, sniffing the air. It paused for a moment where the elevator shaft had been, its ears twitching at a sound no human could hear. Deep underground, miles below the crust, something shifted. It was a groan of tectonic proportions, the sound of a massive weight being redistributed. The second deck had been folded away, but the blueprints remained. The ink was dry, but the paper was waiting to be turned. The coyote howled once, a sharp, lonely sound, and then vanished into the scrub. On the highway, Holloway turned on the radio. At first, there was only the hiss of white noise. Then, a signal broke through. It wasn't a voice. It wasn't music. It was the sound of footsteps. But they weren't rhythmic. They weren't heavy. They were the light, chaotic, and beautiful sounds of 1,000 people walking in different directions, their heels clicking on pavement, their boots crunching on gravel, their bare feet splashing in puddles. It was the sound of a world that was no longer a bridge. Holloway smiled, a slow, tired expression that reached his eyes. He turned the volume up. Alina leaned her head back against the seat and closed her eyes. She listened to the footsteps, the messy, uncoordinated, glorious footsteps of the living. They were no longer being followed, they were simply moving. The ranger on the ridge finally crumbled. He didn't fall like a man. He shattered like a statue that had been frozen for 1,000 years and suddenly met the heat. The gray stone turned to dust, and the dust was caught by the wind, scattered across the Mojave until not a single grain remained to mark where the sentry had stood. The violet light was gone. The obsidian sky was gone. In the manager's office of a small apartment complex 300 miles to the north, a telephone began to ring. The manager, a man with a clipboard and a smooth, porcelain-like complexion, reached out to answer it. "Yes," he said, his voice like dry leaves. "The third deck, yes, we have a vacancy. The structural integrity is promising." He hung up and looked at the ceiling. Thump. The sound came from the floor. He smiled, and his face cracked just a little at the edges, revealing the violet glow beneath. The bridge with footsteps above was gone, but the tower with footsteps below was just beginning to rise. Alina didn't know this. She couldn't know. She only knew the warmth of the baby in her arms and the hum of the tires on the road. She fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, the first real sleep she had known since she moved into 4C. In her dream, there was a man with a stone hand. He was standing in a field of green grass, and he was looking up at a sky that had no color at all, only light. He wasn't a pylon. He wasn't a wall. He was just a man. And he was walking. Every step he took made the grass grow taller. Every step he took pushed the horizon a little further back. He wasn't building a bridge. He was making a path. "Keep climbing," he whispered in the dream. And Alina, even in her sleep, took a step. The car moved on into the morning, a small metal spark in the vast, waking heart of the desert. The road stretched out before them, gray and solid and real, leading away from the salt and toward the sea. The footsteps on the radio continued, a symphony of the mundane, the only armor they had against the things that lived in the architecture of the dark. The landlord had been partitioned. The architect had been signaled. But the world belonged to the walkers. As the sun hit the horizon, the last of the salt in the Mojave turned to steam, rising into the air like a ghost. It formed a thin, white cloud that hung over the highway for a moment before being torn apart by the wind. There were no more thumps. There was only the wind and the road and the long, slow breath of a world that had finally found its balance. Part 13 of 20 concluded. The foundation was gone, but the ghost of the structure remained, waiting for the next surveyor to find the flaw. But for now, on Highway 95, the only thing moving was the light. The silence in the cruiser was thick, but it wasn't the suffocating pressure of the second deck. It was the silence of a recovery room after a jagged surgery. Alina watched the desert floor blur into a continuous streak of ochre and dull gold. Beside her, Holloway's hands were white-knuckled on the steering wheel, his eyes darting to the rearview mirror every few seconds as if expecting the horizon to fold upward like a closing book. "You're thinking about the weight," Holloway said, his voice cutting through the hum of the engine. He didn't look at her. "You're wondering if it's still on you, if you brought a piece of that geometry out in your marrow." Alina looked down at her hands. They were trembling, a fine, high-frequency vibration that seemed to originate from her bones. "I feel thin," she whispered. "Like if I lean too hard against the door, I'll just leak through the plastic." "That's the decompression," Holloway muttered. He reached into the center console and pulled out a heavy, rusted iron bolt. He dropped it into her lap. Hold that. Feel the gravity of it. It's old world iron. It doesn't know how to be anything but heavy. It'll anchor you. The weight of the bolt was a shock. It felt honest. It didn't pulse. It didn't hum with the frequency of a heartbeat that wasn't hers. She gripped it tight, her knuckles turning the same gray as the iron. The baby shifted in her lap, his small face pressed against the yellow plastic of the raincoat. He was no longer glowing, but there was a clarity to his features that seemed too sharp for the grainy reality of the desert. He looked like a high-definition image pasted onto a low-resolution world. Who was he? Alina asked, looking back toward the shimmering heat haze where the building had been. The man who stayed, Miller. Holloway's jaw tightened. A defect. That's what the landlord called them. Men who started to hear the structural stress before the collapse. Some of them become rangers, part of the bracing. Others, they find the hollow spots. They live in the crawl spaces of reality. Miller was a tenant who refused to pay his rent and meat. He's been moving out for 40 years. I guess he finally found the exit. The car hit a pothole, and for a split second, the sound didn't match the movement. There was a delay, a sickening half-second lag between the jolt and the noise of the suspension. Alina gasped, her heart hammering against her ribs. Don't focus on it, Holloway warned, his voice rising. The physics out here are still soft. The building didn't just vanish, it displaced a massive amount of when. We're driving through the ripple. Just keep your eyes on the white line. Don't look at the shadows of the telephone poles. They aren't pointing toward the sun yet. She did as she was told. She watched the white line. It was frayed and peeling, a ribbon of salt-crusted paint that seemed to be the only thing tethering them to the Nevada soil. The radio, which had been playing the chaotic symphony of footsteps, suddenly chirped with a burst of rhythmic static. Thump-dub, thump-dub. Turn it off, Alina lunged for the dial, but Holloway swiped her hand away. No, if we lose the signal, we lose the orientation. That's not the landlord. Listen to the tempo. It's too fast for a giant, too slow for a machine. That's a human heart, Alina. It's a broadcast. Who's? Holloway finally looked at her, and his eyes were bloodshot, the pupils blown wide. The architect, he's using the baby as a relay. He's trying to find a way back down without bringing the whole sky with him. The landlord wanted the weight, the architect wants the light, but both of them need a foundation. Right now, that foundation is you and that kid. The baby opened his eyes. They weren't blue anymore. They were the color of the quartz Miller had left in her pocket, a translucent, milky white that seemed to contain a swirling nebula of gold dust. He didn't look at Alina. He looked up through the roof of the car toward the zenith. A shadow fell over the highway. It wasn't a cloud. It was a shape that defied the laws of perspective. It looked like a massive, inverted staircase, miles long, hanging suspended in the atmosphere. Each step was made of a different material: obsidian, glass, bone, frozen lightning. It didn't cast a shadow on the ground. It cast a shadow on the light itself, making the sun look dim and sickly. He's coming down, Holloway whispered, his voice failing. The signal was too strong. Miller broke the seal, and now the up is leaking into the now. The car began to lose traction. The tires were spinning, but the asphalt was turning into something translucent and slick, like the surface of a frozen lake. The desert on either side of the road began to stretch, the mountains pulling upward into jagged, impossible spires that resembled the teeth of a cosmic saw. We have to stop, Alina cried, clutching the baby. We're driving right into it. We can't stop, Holloway roared, flooring the accelerator. The engine screamed, a metallic wail that sounded like a choir of saws. If we stop, we become part of the landscape. We'll turn into those stone markers. We have to outrun the transition. The inverted staircase descended lower, the bottommost step hovering just 100 feet above the highway. It was made of the same fused human forms Alina had seen in the building, but these weren't screaming. They were singing, a low, harmonic vibration that made the glass of the windshield spiderweb with cracks. The baby reached up, his tiny fingers splayed against the air. As he did, the golden light erupted from his skin again, but this time it wasn't soft. It was a searing, jagged lance of radiance that shot through the roof of the car and struck the bottom step of the staircase. The impact was silent, but the world buckled. Alina felt her stomach drop as the cruiser was lifted off the road. They weren't flying. The road itself was being pulled upward, peeling off the desert floor like a strip of tape. The car dangled from a ribbon of asphalt that was being drawn into the geometry of the up. Holloway slammed on the brakes, but the wheels were spinning against a surface that was no longer physical. He turned to Alina, his face a mask of terror and awe. The lease, it wasn't just for the building. It was for the whole valley. The landlord didn't lose. He just traded the property to someone worse. No, Alina said, a sudden, fierce clarity blooming in her mind. She felt the quartz thumbprint in her pocket burning against her hip. Miller said there is no down. He said it's about the release of tension. She grabbed the iron bolt from her lap and with a strength she didn't know she possessed, slammed it into the dashboard, pinning the yellow raincoat to the plastic. Then she reached for the door handle. "What are you doing?" Holloway screamed. "I'm moving out." She threw the door open. The wind that rushed in wasn't air. It was a vacuum filled with the scent of ozone and ancient dust. She didn't jump. She stepped out onto the vertical ribbon of the highway, her boots finding purchase on the cracked asphalt. Gravity was a suggestion now. She stood at a 90-degree angle to the earth, looking down at the receding desert and up at the descending stairs. She held the baby tight to her chest. "You don't get him," she hissed at the sky. "He's not a pylon. He's not a battery. He's just a boy." She took the piece of quartz from her pocket. It was vibrating so hard it blurred in her vision. She looked at the golden thread connecting the baby to the staircase, a shimmering umbilical cord of pure light that was pulling them into the architect's cold, weightless perfection. She pressed the quartz thumbprint against the thread. The reaction was instantaneous. The quartz didn't break the light, it absorbed it. The thumbprint, shaped by Miller's own hand, acted as a ground. It took the infinite potential of the up and funneled it into the heavy, stubborn reality of the stone. The quartz turned black, then purple, then it shattered into a million pieces of ordinary sand. The golden thread snapped. The car, the ribbon of highway, and Alina plummeted. They fell for what felt like hours through layers of violet fog and shattered glass. But as they fell, the up began to retreat. The staircase dissolved into mist, the singing voices fading into the whistle of the wind. The mountains shrank back into their weathered, ancient shapes. The sun regained its heat. They hit the ground not with a crash, but with a dull, heavy thud. The car landed upright in the middle of a dry lake bed, its suspension bottoming out with a groan of protest. The ribbon of asphalt snapped back into place behind them, a jagged scar on the desert floor. Silence returned, a real silence. The radio was dead. Alina sat on the ground outside the car, her legs shaking too hard to stand. She looked down at the baby. He was asleep, his eyes closed, his skin the color of a normal human infant. The yellow raincoat was just a piece of plastic again, torn and dusty. Holloway stumbled out of the driver's side, his uniform in tatters. He looked at the sky, which was now a perfect, empty blue. There were no stairs, there were no eyes. "He's gone," Holloway whispered, "both of them for now." "They'll be back," Alina said, rubbing the spot on her hip where the quartz had been. "They're always looking for a way to build something, but we know the frequency now." Holloway nodded slowly. He reached into his pocket and finally pulled out a cigarette. He lit it with trembling hands and took a long, shaky drag. The bridge with footsteps above. "I think I finally understand the title." "What?" "It wasn't about the people living upstairs," Holloway said, blowing a cloud of smoke into the desert air. "It was about us. We're the bridge. We're the thing they walk on to get from one side of forever to the other. And as long as we keep moving, they can't ever really set the foundation." Alina stood up, tucking the baby into the crook of her arm. She looked toward the horizon, where the faint shimmer of a city began to rise through the heat. It wasn't a city of marble and bone. It was a city of steel, wood, and garbage. A city of people who paid their rent in money and sweat, not in souls. "Then let's keep moving," she said. They began to walk. They didn't use the car. Its engine was fused into a single block of useless slag, a victim of the transition. They walked across the salt flats, their boots making a rhythmic, steady sound on the hard-packed earth. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't a heartbeat. It wasn't a signal. It was just the sound of two people walking home. Behind them, in the center of the dry lake bed, a single piece of quartz remained. It was no larger than a grain of sand, but it glowed with a faint, stubborn violet light. It sat there, a tiny seed of the landlord's hunger, waiting for the wind to carry it to a place where the ground was soft and the people were tired. But for today, the desert was too wide, and the sun was too bright. The bridge was closed, the road was open, and far above, in the light that casts no shadow, the architect began to draw a new set of plans. He would need more children. He would need more weight. But he would have to wait for the next lease to expire. Alina didn't look back. She felt the weight of the baby in her arms, and for the first time in her life, she was grateful for the gravity that held her to the earth. It was heavy. It was hard. It was real. And it was hers. The transition from the lake bed to the shoulder of Highway 95 felt like wading through waist-deep mercury. Every muscle in Alina's body protested the return of linear physics. The air here smelled of sagebrush and old rubber, a sharp contrast to the antiseptic ozone of the higher decks. Holloway walked a few paces ahead of her, his gait hitched, his left shoulder slumped, as if he were still bracing against a wall that had vanished miles ago. The baby was unnervingly light. Now that the golden resonance had bled out of his skin, he felt like little more than a bundle of warm laundry. Alina adjusted the yellow raincoat, wrapping it tighter around him. The plastic was scarred with heat pitting, the surface bubbling into strange, braille-like patterns where the architect's light had tried to anchor itself. She didn't want to look at the patterns. She didn't want to know what they spelled. "How far to the next town?" she asked. Her voice sounded thin, easily swallowed by the vastness of the basin. Holloway stopped and shielded his eyes, looking toward the shimmering horizon. "Beatty is maybe 20 miles. Goldfield is further." but we aren't going to the towns, Alina, not yet. We need water, he needs to eat. She looked down at the infant. He hadn't cried once since they emerged from the salt. That was the most terrifying part. He was too patient, too observant. His eyes, though no longer glowing, held a depth that suggested he was still cataloging the dimensions of the sky. The towns are foundations, Holloway said, turning to face her. His face was a map of broken capillaries and soot. The landlord loves a town. All those right angles, all those people living in stacks, paying their utility bills, keeping the structural integrity of the now nice and rigid. If we walk into a Motel 6 right now, we're just handing the keys back to the management. Then where? Holloway pointed toward a cluster of rusted machinery a half-mile off the road, an abandoned mining claim, little more than a hole in the earth guarded by a skeleton of rotting timber. The gaps. We stay in the gaps, places that haven't been surveyed in 50 years, places where the map makers got bored and drew a blank space. That's the only place the architect can't find a grip. They struck out across the scrubland. The ground was deceptive, a crust of sun-baked silt that hid pockets of soft sand. With every step, Alina felt the iron bolt she'd tucked into her pocket bumping against her thigh. It was a comfort, a reminder of the old-world iron Holloway had praised. It didn't belong to the building, it belonged to the earth it was forged from. As they reached the mining claim, the sun began its long, slow dive toward the Sierra Nevada. The shadows stretched out long and thin like the fingers of a piano player reaching for a chord. Alina watched them nervously. In the building, shadows were structural supports. Here they were supposed to be just the absence of light, but as the sun hit the horizon, she saw a shadow that didn't belong to a Joshua tree or a rock. It was a vertical line, perfectly straight, cutting across the sand. It had no source. It was just a sliver of darkness, 3 inches wide, standing upright in the middle of a clearing. Holloway saw it too. He froze, his hand going to the empty holster at his hip. "Don't cross it," he hissed. "What is it, a fence post?" "It's a seam," Holloway whispered. "The world is trying to stitch itself back together after we tore that hole in the lake bed. That's a reinforcement. If you step on it, you'll find out exactly how much tension is holding the crust of this desert in place." They circled the shadow line, giving it a wide berth. As they passed, Alina heard a sound, a faint, high-pitched ringing, like a crystal wine glass being rubbed at the rim. It was the sound of the earth screaming under the pressure of being real. They found shelter under a collapsed corrugated tin roof near the mine shaft. Holloway cleared away some of the larger rocks, creating a small, flat space. He produced a canteen from a bag he must have grabbed from the cruiser, offering it to Alina. The water tasted of plastic and copper, but it was the most beautiful thing she had ever swallowed. She drizzled a few drops into the baby's mouth. He took them greedily, his small throat working. As he drank, he looked up at the tin roof. Thump! Alina jumped, nearly dropping the canteen. "It's just a rock," Holloway said quickly, though his eyes were darting toward the ceiling. "Thermal expansion. The tin is cooling down." It sounded like a footstep, Alina said, her heart hammering. "Everything sounds like a footstep when you've been the floor for a week," Holloway grunted. He sat down heavily, leaning his back against a timber beam. "Listen to me, Alina. We have a window. The landlord is preoccupied. When a structure like the second deck collapses, it creates a vacuum in the hierarchy. The architect is trying to fill it from the top down, but he's precise. He's slow. He won't move until the geometry is perfect." "And the landlord?" "The landlord is a creature of habit. He'll be looking for his tenants. He'll be checking the registries of every apartment complex from here to Vancouver. He'll be looking for names, social security numbers, signatures on a lease. As long as we stay unlisted, as long as we don't sign anything, we're invisible to him. Alina looked at the baby. He doesn't have a name. I never gave him one. Good, Holloway said. Keep it that way. Names are anchors. Names are how they find the studs in the wall. Night fell over the Mojave with a sudden, chilling finality. The temperature plummeted, the desert shedding its heat like a fever. Alina huddled under the tin roof, pulling the yellow raincoat over herself and the child. Holloway sat at the edge of the shelter, a dark silhouette against the star-choked sky. The stars out here were too bright. They didn't twinkle, they glared. They looked like the tops of very long, very distant pylons, marking the boundaries of a construction site that spanned the galaxy. Holloway, Alina asked softly. In the dream, the man with the stone hand. He told me to keep climbing. If the up is where the architect is, why would he tell me to climb? Holloway was silent for a long time. The only sound was the wind whistling through the rusted ribs of the mining equipment. Because there's a difference between the tower and the mountain, he said finally. The architect builds towers. They're rigid, they're fragile, they're made of things forced together. But a mountain just is. Maybe Miller wasn't telling you to go to the architect. Maybe he was telling you to get above the blueprints entirely. Is that even possible? I don't know. I've spent my life as a ranger, making sure the walls didn't talk and the floors didn't eat the furniture. I never looked much further than the ceiling. He turned his head, his profile sharp against the starlight. But I saw what you did on that road. You used the landlord's own weight to snap the architect's line. That wasn't in the manual. Alina closed her eyes, trying to find the sleep she'd felt in the car. But the ground beneath her felt strange. It wasn't hard like rock or soft like sand. It felt hollow. She pressed her ear to the dirt. At first there was nothing. Then a mile down, or perhaps 100 miles down, distance was hard to judge. She heard it. Click, scrape, click. It was rhythmic, it was steady. It was the sound of 1,000 shovels hitting earth. It was the sound of a foundation being dug. They're already starting, she whispered, her eyes snapping open. The tower with footsteps below. It's not just a metaphor, Holloway, they're digging. Holloway didn't move. He sat perfectly still, his gaze fixed on the horizon. I know. I can feel the vibration in my teeth. They're digging the third deck. This time they aren't building up from the salt. They're building down from the reality. We have to move, Alina said, scrambling to her feet, clutching the baby. No, Holloway said, his voice strangely flat. Look. He pointed toward the highway. In the distance, the single sliver of shadow they had avoided was no longer a sliver. It had grown. It was now a wide, black ribbon that stretched across the desert, cutting through the scrub and the sand. And along that ribbon, lights were appearing. Not the warm, yellow lights of a car or a house. These were cold, flickering violet lights spaced at perfect 50-foot intervals. They looked like street lamps, but they weren't illuminating anything. They were sucking the light out of the air around them, creating pockets of absolute darkness. Between the lights, figures were moving. They weren't walking like people. They moved with a jerky, mechanical precision, their limbs locking into place with every step. They were dressed in gray, the same charcoal gray as the walls of the second deck. Some carried clipboards, others carried transit levels and surveying chains. The surveyors, Holloway whispered, They're marking the plot. One of the figures stopped. It turned its head, a smooth, featureless oval of porcelain, toward the mining claim. It didn't have eyes, but Alina felt a cold, predatory gaze sweep over her. The figure raised a hand, pointing a long, spindly finger toward their shelter. They found us, Alina breathed. How? We didn't sign anything. We don't have names. Holloway stood up slowly, his joints popping. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, crumpled piece of paper. He looked at it for a moment, then sighed, a sound of profound, weary defeat. I did, he said. What? The canteen, the bag. I took them from the cruiser. He held up the paper. It was a requisition form, a standard highway patrol equipment log. At the bottom, in shaky blue ink, was Holloway's signature. I signed for the water, Alina. I acknowledged the debt to the department, and the department is owned by the county. The county is owned by the state, and the state. The state is just a floor plan, Alina finished, her blood turning to ice. The surveyors began to move toward them, leaving the black ribbon of the shadow path. They didn't run. They didn't need to. Every step they took seemed to shorten the distance unnaturally, as if they were folding the map of the desert as they walked. Take the boy, Holloway said, shoving the canteen and the bag into Alina's hands. Go toward the mine shaft. There's a service tunnel that leads back toward the hills. It's old timber, untreated. The landlord hates organic material. It rots, it changes. He can't track you through the rot. What about you? Holloway looked at the approaching surveyors. The lead figure was only 100 yards away now, its porcelain face reflecting the cold violet light of the new street lamps. I'm a ranger, Alina. I've been on the payroll for 20 years. My back is already part of the load-bearing wall. I'm just going to stay here and dispute the charges. Holloway, no. Go, he roared, turning to face the surveyors. He stood tall, his feet planted wide in the dust. He didn't have a gun, but he held his hands out as if he were holding the weight of the sky itself. Alina didn't look back. She turned and ran toward the dark maw of the mine shaft. The baby was heavy now, a leaden weight in her arms, as if the surveyors were increasing the local gravity to slow her down. She reached the timber frame of the shaft. The wood was black with age and slick with dampness. It smelled of earth and ancient, forgotten things. She plunged into the darkness, her boots slipping on the loose rock of the decline. Behind her, she heard a sound that would haunt her dreams for the rest of her life. It wasn't a scream, it was the sound of a stapler. Thwack, thwack, thwack. It was the sound of something being fastened to a frame. She reached the bottom of the decline and scrambled into a narrow side tunnel. She pressed her back against the rotting wood, gasping for air, clutching the baby so tight he let out a small, soft whimper. She waited for the sound of footsteps following her. She waited for the violet light to spill into the tunnel. But there was only the sound of the wind and the distant, rhythmic thump-dub of the earth being hollowed out. She looked down at the baby. In the absolute darkness of the mine, his eyes were open. They weren't glowing, but they were reflecting something, a tiny, distant speck of light that shouldn't have been.